What if your very essence is a flickering flame, destined to burn in a realm far beyond this world? In the shadows of history, where the echoes of ancestors intertwine with whispers of the unknown, the soul's odyssey becomes a labyrinth of intrigue and revelation. Think you know your roots? Think again. The African diaspora is not just a tale of displacement but a cosmic chess game where every move alters the fate of the spirit. The stakes? Eternity itself. Picture it, a sun-drenched village, vibrant with life, yet beneath the surface, a war brews, spirits clash, ancient wisdom fights the modern malaise, and every heartbeat is a pulse in the eternal dance of existence. Souls are not mere passengers, they are warriors, grappling with the forces of fate, tradition, and the relentless pull of the unseen. What of the shaman beneath the baobab tree? Does he converse with the spirits of the departed, or is he merely a charlatan spinning tales for coin? Is the blood of your ancestors coursing through your veins, or are you a mere echo of their dreams? The lines blur as we navigate this tantalizing tapestry, where humor masks the horror and each story spins like a web, drawing you closer to the heart of the enigma. The African diaspora is rife with contradictions, joy laced with sorrow, freedom entwined with bondage. Laughter echoes in the rituals of remembrance, darkly comedic despite the weight of loss. This is where the absurd and the profound collide, a comedic tragedy that demands your laughter even as it tears at your soul. The irony? We laugh to keep the ghosts at bay, yet they linger, eager for their voices to be heard. What if the very act of forgetting is the greatest transgression of all? Each displaced spirit howls for recognition, their stories etched in the stars like constellations. They wait, hungry, restless, each unresolved tale a curse and a blessing interwoven. Every ritual, every song, every whispered incantation is an electric charge, sparking the consciousness of those who dare to listen. The ancestors are not silent. They are a cacophony of voices, a chorus urging you to question, to confront the shadows lurking in the corners of your mind. Are you brave enough to confront the legacy of your lineage? Are you prepared to face the truths buried deep within your heart? As the clock ticks, secrets dance on the edge of revelation, each heartbeat a countdown to enlightenment or despair. Are you ready to challenge the narratives handed to you? To shatter the glass that separates the seen from the unseen? Beneath the surface of existence lies a potent truth: the soul doesn't just journey, it fights, it rebels, it dreams. The tale of the African diaspora is a clash of titans and the tiniest of whispers, a raucous celebration of life in its most chaotic form. Intrigued yet? You're standing at the precipice of revelation, and once you peer into the abyss will stare back. Welcome to a reality where every soul has a story to tell, and each tale is a spark begging for the fire of understanding. What will you do with it? The air was thick, vibrating with the pulse of drums echoing through the long grasses, hands raised like desperate prayers to the sky. In the unsettling twilight of a forgotten village, beneath the weight of 1,000 watching ancestors, the ground seemed to hum with an energy that could swallow you whole. I stood there, heart pounding, witnessing the dance of life and death, the push and pull of existence. Like a moth drawn to a flame, I felt the heat of the moment sear my skin. Kaya, a woman forged in the fires of loss, her face a canvas of sorrow and resilience, danced as if the very earth beneath her feet would consume her spirit if she faltered. Her movements were jagged, raw, each step a reminder of her brother lost to the river, claimed by the very waters that once sang lullabies to their innocent dreams. I remember the laughter, she whispered into the night, arms flung wide, reclaiming his spirit with every breath. I remember the way he would dance in the rain, free as the wind. But now, sorrow had entwined with her soul, and the air, thick with grief, clung to her like an unwanted embrace. Beside her, Amani, the village's reluctant shaman, felt the weight of his ancestors pressing down upon him. He was a man of doubts, haunted by visions that danced just out of reach, their truths sharp as knives in the quiet of his night. "Why me?" he muttered to himself, fingers trembling as he clutched the talisman around his neck, a relic of a time when the spirit spoke clearly, not in riddles. "Why must I carry this burden?" The village expected him to stir the spirits, to bridge the living and the dead, but his heart felt heavy with uncertainty. He craved answers, yet the more he searched, the more answers eluded him, like shadows slipping through his fingers. As Kaya spun, the shadows flickered, and I could feel the cosmic dance of ancient spirits weaving through the fabric of reality, a tapestry threaded with joy, heartbreak, and shadows that lingered just outside the light. Each beat of the drum sent a shiver down my spine, echoing the drumbeats of history, where ancestors once gathered under the starlit sky, their stories swirling like smoke in the night air, urging the living to remember the past. "We must honor them," Kaya cried, and I could feel her words slice through the fabric of my being. "They live on through us." Her voice rose in a crescendo, raw and unfathomable. I was drawn to her struggle, a mirror reflecting my own. How many times had I felt like a ghost in my own life, a whisper of what I could have been? Kaya, in her dance, was fighting against the current of despair, while Amani, caught in the storm of his own fears, stood rooted, like a tree battered by relentless winds. I wanted to shout, to guide him to pick up the rhythm, to join her, but the weight of tradition bore down on his shoulders, shackling him to the ground. The village needed a leader, a voice to call upon the spirits for guidance, but in truth, they needed someone to remind them to live. "Remember the stars!" Kaya shouted, arms outstretched, as if she could pull the cosmos down to earth. "Remember the way they shine for us, even in the darkest of nights." The ground shook beneath the weight of memories of ancestors who had walked the same paths, their laughter echoing through the ages. I could almost see them, specters of the past, weaving in and out of the dance, their stories threading through the night like constellations painted against the darkness. But in that moment, the dim light flickered, a breath held too long, and an unsettling dread crept in. Amani's heart raced as he felt the shift, a cold wind brushing against his cheek, a warning from the realm beyond. "The spirits are restless," he murmured, eyes darting to the shadows, where the past stirred uneasily. Kaya, lost in her dance, was oblivious to the gathering storm, caught in the ecstasy of remembering and forgetting, of grief and celebration. "Kaya," he called, desperation clawing at his throat. "You must listen." But the beat of the drums drowned him out, and the air thickened, spiraling into an unshakable tension. The shadows twisted, whispering secrets only the brave dared to confront. I felt the air grow dense with anticipation, a gaping maw waiting to swallow the light. The cosmos spun wildly overhead, and I feared, what would it take to appease the restless spirits? Would Kaya's dance be enough? Would Amani find his voice before it was too late? "Dance for him," Amani implored, his voice a rasp against the drumbeats, "but do not forget. The spirits demand balance. Joy must meet sorrow, or we'll lose them forever." He stepped forward, finally breaking the bonds of fear, but the ground trembled beneath him as if the earth itself was in conflict, each step a fight between tradition and the pulse of modernity. Kaya paused, the world spinning around her, heart and breath suspended in the air, caught between the past and the present. "You think I can bring him back?" she said, voice trembling, the joy of the dance faltering in the face of raw reality. "You think I can change what the river has taken?" Those words hung heavy, like stones in the air, a fragile thread connecting the living and the dead. The drum slowed, the rhythm shifting from a frantic beat to a mournful pulse, echoing like a heartbeat in the silence that enveloped us. I could feel the weight of their emotions, the love, the loss, the yearning, all blended into a storm of unspoken truths. In that moment, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancestors, tension crackled like lightning, illuminating the path forward, or perhaps revealing the path to nowhere. And just like that, the cosmos breathed, time unfurling like an ancient scroll, weaving the stories of many lives, the laughter and the tears, the shadows and the light, pulling me deeper into the fabric of existence. The heart of African spirituality surged around me, a living entity heavy with the burden of history and hope. I found myself teetering on the edge of understanding. What would become of Kaya and Amani in this tempest of longing and grief? Would they find strength in each other, in the memories that clung like shadows to their hearts? Or would the spirits continue to whisper their forgotten tales, echoing through the ages, binding the living to the past in an eternal dance of memory and desire? The only certainty was the drumbeat that matched the rhythm of my heart, a reminder that the story never truly ends, that the spirits are always watching, waiting, as time spirals in a relentless loop, each moment an echo of what has come before. The moon hung heavy over the village, casting a silver sheen on the faces of the mourners as they huddled around the flickering fire. Shadows danced wildly, as if the spirits themselves were caught in a frenzied waltz, a performance only they understood. The air was thick with grief, a palpable weight that pressed down on the souls gathered in a circle of loss. A child's wail pierced the night, raw and unfiltered, echoing the ache that throbbed in the hearts of everyone present. I remember standing there, breath hitching in my throat as I searched for the familiar face among the grief-stricken crowd. My grandmother, the keeper of our family's stories and wisdom, lay beneath the earth, her spirit now free, yet tethered to us by invisible strings of love and memory. The flames flickered, illuminating the ancestral masks that adorned the walls, their wooden eyes seeming to watch, to judge, to comfort. They spoke of the past, of lineage, of the sacred connection between the living and the departed, threading us into a tapestry that spanned generations. "Do you feel her?" my cousin Kofi whispered, his voice a tremor against the backdrop of the crackling fire. His eyes were wide, reflecting a mix of fear and wonder, both searching for reassurance and grappling with the reality of our loss. Kofi was a dreamer, always lost in the ether of what could be, yet grounded by the weight of what was. I nodded, though I hardly understood how to articulate the swirling thoughts that threatened to consume me. I remember, the ghost of my grandmother's voice echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that wrapped around my heart. The soul is not just a fragment, it is our essence. It is the breath that ignites the spirit of the living and calls upon the ancestors. Her teachings were woven into the fabric of every village's existence, yet I now struggle to define what that meant. What was a soul? A flicker of energy? A memory? A haunting? Kofi shifted closer, his presence a balm against the chill of night. They say the soul journeys beyond this world when we die, but he hesitated, his hands trembling slightly as he traced patterns in the dirt. What if it doesn't? What if it lingers, trapped between realms, like her voice is now? The thought clenched tight around my chest. A soul caught in a liminal space, longing for connection yet unable to reach out. I could see the tension in Kofi's face, a reflection of my own spiraling thoughts. What if our beloved were lost? What if, instead of being at peace, she wandered like a ghost, restless and forlorn? The fire crackled louder, sparks flying upward like souls seeking the sky. "We have to honor her," I urged, my voice steady despite the tremors that ran through me. "We must remember her, keep her alive through our stories." Each word felt like a desperate plea to the cosmos, a way to tether her spirit to us, to invoke the age-old practice of remembrance that our people held sacred. But Kofi's brow furrowed. "What if I forget?" he muttered, the vulnerability in his voice slicing through the night like a knife. "What if she fades, becomes a shadow of a memory?" I gripped his shoulder, the warmth of life grounding us amidst the encroaching darkness. "She is more than a memory, Kofi. Our ancestors live within us, in our actions, in our laughter, in our heartbeats. The soul is eternal, woven into the essence of who we are. Even in death, she guides us." The flames shifted once more, and I felt the oppressive weight of the unseen worlds pressing against the edges of our reality. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancestors, their voices weaving through the night air, melding with the crackling fire. They were here, watching, waiting, guiding us through our sorrow, a reminder that death was not an end, but a transformation. "Do you think she's here with us now?" Kofi asked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with desperate hope. I remember, I closed my eyes, envisioning my grandmother's gentle smile, her hands weaving stories into our lives. "She is here, in every heartbeat, in every tear." I opened my eyes to meet Kofi's gaze, and for a moment, the flickering fire illuminated his fear, transforming it into something else, hope, perhaps, or determination. Suddenly, the night was split open by a shrill cry, a goat, lost and bleating in the dark. The sound shattered the fragile moment, pulling us back to the harsh reality of life and death, reminding us that we were not merely spectators of a cosmic play but participants in a continuum that transcended our understanding. The air seemed to thicken again, draping a heavy silence over us, as if the spirits themselves were contemplating our struggles. I felt a pulse beneath my skin, an electric reminder that our souls were intertwined, bound to one another and to the land that cradled our ancestors. "Do you remember the stories she told?" Kofi's voice broke through the silence, echoing my own thoughts. "About the river that carried souls to the afterlife." "Yes, like a current pulling them back to the earth, returning to where they once belonged." We shared a reverent silence, the weight of our shared history settling around us like a protective cloak. The stars glimmered above, vast and eternal, a reminder of the mysteries of existence, of the souls who traveled among them. As the fire began to dwindle, the shadows grew longer, the night deepening around us. I could feel the pull of the past, the whispers of the ancestors beckoning us to listen, to remember, to honor. The concept of the soul was not merely a philosophical notion, it was the essence of who we were, the tether that connected us to the universe, to the cycle of life and death. I took a deep breath, the air filled with the scent of burning wood and the distant echo of laughter from memories long past. The souls were here, alive within us, echoing through the generations. Kofi's hand squeezed my shoulder, and in that moment, I understood, we were the keepers of the flame, the storytellers of our lineage, and the guardians of our shared spirit. The night was thick with emotion, but as our hearts beat in sync, a realization settled in the chamber of my chest. This was not just a moment of mourning, it was a celebration of existence, a bridge between worlds. And within the shadows, we would continue to dance, as the flames flickered and the spirits watched over us, eternal and undying. The night was thick with the kind of silence that presses against skin, wrapping around you like a suffocating shroud. In the heart of a small, crumbling apartment in Brooklyn, the air was stale with memories, tangible yet just out of reach. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, a reminder of time slipping away, whispering secrets of those who had walked before. I stood in the dim light, the shadows flickering as the candle sputtered, flickering between worlds, between what was and what could never be again. Maya, my sister, was on her knees, her hands trembling as she traced the worn lines of a photograph. Our grandmother, eyes fierce and proud, stared back at us from a faded snapshot, but it wasn't just a face. It was a legacy. I remember when she used to tell us stories about the spirits, she murmured, her voice barely escaping her lips, heavy with the weight of grief and nostalgia. How they guide us, how they never really leave. The words hung in the air, heavy with the scent of burnt sage and sorrow, wrapping around us like a cocoon, a fragile barrier against the chaos outside. Across the room, I felt the shift, the sharp intake of breath, the tension that sang in the silence. Elijah, our brother, stood rigid, a storm brewing behind those dark eyes. Stories won't save us, Maya. They won't bring her back, he snapped, his voice jagged like broken glass. The pain pierced through the air, raw and unfiltered, igniting a fire in Maya's heart that threatened to consume us all. You don't understand, she shot back, her voice rising like a crescendo, filled with desperation and defiance. They are still here. They watch over us. But Elijah's fury was a tempest, and it threatened to drown her light. They can't help us, he said, his voice dropping to a whisper, haunted by the ghosts of his own losses. They didn't save her. What do you think they'll do for us? I stood there, trapped between them, caught in the crossfire of belief and doubt, staring at our grandmother's face, the fierce love etched into her features. I wanted to scream, to shake them both until they felt the truth pulsing beneath their skin. I remembered our grandmother's stories like they were tattoos inked on my soul, each tale a touchstone that anchored us in a world that often felt like it was unraveling. The spirits are our guide, I finally interjected, my voice trembling like the candle's flame. They don't come to us in the way we want, but they're there, in our dreams, in our blood. They're woven into the fabric of our lives. The room felt charged with energy, a raw current that coursed between us, filling the empty spaces with longing and fear. In that moment, memories flooded back, the night time we gathered in the living room, our grandmother's voice weaving intricate tapestries of history, ancient kings and queens, the echoes of drums that called to the ancestors, drawing them near. I remembered the rhythm, the way it thrummed in our hearts, a pulse that connected us to something greater. I remember, I whispered, the way she would tell us to listen, to feel the presence of those who came before. Maya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering candlelight. She said they guide us through the darkness, she pressed, her voice softer now. They give us strength. Without them, we're lost. But Elijah shook his head, the pain etched into his face like a map of every battle he had fought. And what if they're just shadows? What if they're just figments of our imagination? His voice cracked like thunder, echoing through the room, a challenge that broke the moment into jagged pieces. Then they're the best damn figments we have. Maya shot back, rising to her feet, fire igniting in her chest. They're the reason we can stand. The reason we're still here. She stepped closer to him, every word a plea, each syllable a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Don't you see? They're not just memories. They're part of us. The shadows danced around us, twisting and turning, as if the very walls were listening, waiting for an answer. I could almost hear our grandmother's voice, a soft echo behind me, urging us to remember, to believe. The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder of the urgency we felt, the chasm that grief had carved into our hearts. Elijah's facade cracked, just for a moment, and I saw the vulnerability beneath. He began, voice quaking, I don't want to lose anyone else. What if they can't help us? Maya's eyes softened, a glimmer of understanding dawning between them. They help us carry our burdens. They carry our stories forward, she said, her voice gentle now, a balm for the wounds that had festered. They are our strength when we can't find our own. And in that charged silence, as the tension began to ebb, I felt it, a shimmer, a pulse in the air, as if the spirits themselves were leaning closer, reaching out, reminding us that we were not alone. The darkness was heavy, but there was light shimmering just beneath its surface, waiting for us to find it. Do you feel that? I whispered, and both of them turned to me, eyes wide, the world outside forgotten, the pain and the anger momentarily suspended. They are here. The candle flickered one last time before the flame steadied, casting a warm glow that enveloped us like a soft embrace. I could almost see our ancestors standing there among us, their presence a testament to survival, to resilience. The air thrummed with the echoes of our past, a chorus of voices rising, weaving a tapestry of connection that would never fade, binding us to them and to one another. And as the night wore on, the shadows began to shift, morphing into something more profound, more real, a promise of hope amidst the despair. The clock ticked on, but we stood, together, arms intertwined, the weight of our ancestors' beliefs enveloping us, urging us to believe, to remember, to listen. Together, Maya breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, we carry them forward. And in that moment, in the flickering light of a candle, the world outside felt distant, hushed. The battle within us waned, replaced by a new understanding, a unity that would guide us into the breaking dawn. The ancestors were not just shadows, they were our heartbeat, our story, our eternal flame. The air crackled with the weight of unspoken prayers, shadows flickering under the dim glow of a single, trembling candle. I could hear the rhythmic sound of chains clinking, mingling with the hushed whispers of the spirit world, calling out to the living. Each heartbeat resonated within me, a drum that echoed the ancestral struggles woven into the very fabric of our bones. There, in the darkness, I felt the chill of ghosts surrounding us, their eyes heavy with sorrow. They had seen betrayal and pain, yet still, their spirits soared, undeterred. Tonight, we would stand against the tempest. I remember the moment I glanced at Eliza, her face a tapestry of defiance and fear, a stark contrast. She held a small bundle of herbs close to her chest, their faint scent wafting through the air, a reminder of our past, our power. Tonight, she whispered, her voice trembling yet fierce, we call upon the spirits. Her hands shook, not from doubt, but from the weight of what she was about to do, invoke the strength of those who had come before us. Then there was Samuel, whose eyes held a storm, a tumult of anger and despair. He leaned against the cold wooden wall, the splinters biting into his back as if even the house bore witness to our struggle. You think they'll hear us, he scoffed, masking his uncertainty with bravado. But I saw the flicker of hope in his gaze, the yearning for something more, something that wouldn't shatter beneath the weight of chains. I remember, I said, my voice raw, the stories my mother told me, how our ancestors walked the earth free, how they danced beneath the stars, unshackled and wild. Each word was a thread, weaving together the fabric of our shared history, stitching up wounds that never truly healed. The memory of the moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow on bare skin. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat of rebellion that coursed through my veins. They took our bodies, I murmured, but they can't take our souls. The truth of my words clung to the air like the scent of rain before a storm, heavy, electric, alive. Eliza began to move, gliding across the dirt floor, her bare feet barely touching the ground. She was a whisper of wind, a flicker of flame, channeling the spirits of those who had fought and bled for freedom. Her voice was a melody, rising high into the night, a song that echoed through the hollow spaces of our hearts. "Hear us, ancestors! We summon you!" Her words rolled off her tongue like the crashing waves, powerful, relentless. Samuel clenched his fists, eyes narrowing. "What if the masters find us?" His voice trembled, a crack in the facade he desperately tried to maintain. "What if they come?" Fear was a beast, lurking just at the edges of our resolve, gnashing its teeth. "They will," I replied, the truth burning like a brand. "But we have something they don't, hope." The word slipped from my lips, a fragile thing, yet somehow weighty. A torch in the dark. A sudden gust of wind rattled the single window, extinguishing the flame, plunging us into darkness. The shadows loomed larger, wrapping around us like a shroud. I felt Samuel's breath hitch, fear flooding the space between us. But from that abyss of blackness, I sensed something, an electric charge, a presence that filled the void. "Eliza," I whispered, "keep singing." And she did. Her voice carved through the silence, an unyielding beacon. Each note tremored in the air, reverberating with a strength that shattered the chains of despair. I closed my eyes, letting the sound envelop me, clinging to it like a lifeline. Memory surged, my mother's laughter, the warmth of sunlight on my skin, the taste of freedom lingering just out of reach. I remember the stories of the night sky, how the stars were once our guide, the compass for those who dared to dream beyond the shackles. I saw them now, winking in the heavens, a promise that there was more to this life than the cruelty we endured. "Samuel," I said, "what if we could touch the sky?" He exhaled sharply, the tension unraveling for an instant. "Then let's reach for it," he said, gripping my shoulder with fierce determination. "Let's tell our story." Eliza's voice soared, weaving through the fabric of night, calling the spirits to bear witness. The air thickened, charged with emotion, with a resistance that was palpable. I could feel the weight of the world pressing against us, but we were no longer alone. We were surrounded by echoes, voices rising from the ashes of despair, reclaiming their place in the cosmos. Then came the moment, the door creaked open, and the light of torches spilled into our sanctuary. Figures cloaked in authority, shadows of our oppressors, emerged like specters from the dark. My heart raced, pounding a primal rhythm of fear and defiance. "Stop," one voice barked, slicing through the air. "What are you doing?" And in that instant, time slowed. I looked at Eliza, her face illuminated by the flickering light, and Samuel, standing tall beside me. We had become a wall of resilience, a living testament to the spirit that could not be obliterated. "We are calling upon our ancestors," I heard myself say, my voice steady, carrying the weight of generations. We refuse to be silenced. The eyes of our captors widened, disbelief mingling with something deeper, fear. For in that moment, they began to see the truth of our power, the spiritual fire that burned brightly within us, refusing to be extinguished. And so the confrontation loomed, the air thick with unspoken tension. We were on the precipice of something monumental, a tipping point held together by the threads of faith and fury. The chains of despair rattled, the night pregnant with possibility. In the shadow of our oppressors, we stood, poised on the brink of revolution, ready to fight for the spirit that could never be quenched, the resilience that would etch our story into the annals of time. The darkness would not win, not tonight. The spirits were with us, whispering, urging us on into the unknown. In that moment, we were more than flesh and blood, we were echoes of the past, harbingers of the future. As the storm broke, we would rise. Together. The night was alive with the pulse of ritual, the air thick and electric, charged with anticipation. Beneath a canopy of stars that felt more watchful than ever, 3 figures danced around a flickering fire. Shadows writhed like ancient spirits, their forms twisting into grotesque shapes, caught between laughter and despair. I remember feeling the heat against my skin, the deep thump of drums echoing in my chest. I remember Sankofa, with his wild eyes, his hands flying through the air like arrows, seeking something lost, something that could not be grasped. "Where is she?" he shouted, piercing the night with a voice that trembled with urgency, desperation threading every word. His sister, Amina, had vanished, swallowed by the woods that held their ancestors' whispers. Fear clawed at my throat. It was a primal terror, the kind that gnaws at the edges of sanity. But for Amina, it was more than fear, it was survival, tethered to the ancient stories of their people, woven into the very fabric of their existence. I could see the flicker of the firelight dancing in her eyes, those same eyes now wide with uncomprehending fear. Amina had always walked the line between this world and the next, often caught in the web of her dreams, lost in visions that blurred the boundary of reality. She was a vessel for her ancestors, a conduit of their pain and joy, but tonight, the weight of that legacy felt like a noose tightening around her neck. "Sankofa, I can hear them," she whispered, her voice quaking. "They're calling me back, the spirits." The drums quickened, their urgent rhythm matching the frantic beating of my heart. Every beat echoed the stories of our land, the sacrifices made, the lives lived in defiance of despair, the ghosts that lingered like smoke in the corners of our minds. I remember the stories, the man who traded his soul for wisdom, the woman who danced to the edge of madness only to return with knowledge that shattered her. The myths were alive, and here we were, mere mortals caught in their grip. Sankofa's gaze sharpened, fierce as the very essence of the moon overhead, casting her silver glow upon the gathering shadows. "You have to resist, Amina," he pleaded, the urgency in his voice cutting through the thickening fog of fear. She trembled, a fragile flame flickering in the wind. "But what if they need me?" Her voice was a whisper, a fragile thread hanging in the air, beckoning the spirits that whispered in her ear. The forest loomed around us like a cathedral of dread, the trees bowing low as if in prayer, branches creaking under the weight of unseen eyes. I could almost feel their breath against my neck, the cold fingers of the past reaching out, yearning for recognition, for release. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sweetly decayed, an intoxicating perfume that mingled with the sweat of our fear. I remember my pulse quickening, my instinct screaming at me to flee, yet I was rooted there, anchored to the moment, drawn in by the beauty of our shared terror. As the fire crackled, framing our faces in flickering warmth, I watched Amina sway, caught in a trance, her body moving not of her own will but guided by the weight of ancestral spirits. "They are waiting," she murmured, lost in the abyss of her vision, the line between her and them dissolving into a haze. The fabric of reality seemed to tear at the edges, frayed by her unfurling consciousness. "Stay with us, Amina!" I shouted, but my heart felt heavy with the knowledge that we were just puppets in a cosmic play, our strings pulled by forces beyond comprehension. The drums throbbed with urgency, but beneath that rhythm, I could feel the cold hand of inevitability tightening around our throats. Sankofa grabbed Amina's shoulders, pulling her closer, desperate to tether her to this world. "You are not alone. Remember who you are." His voice cracked, the sheer force of his emotion echoing into the night. The fire flickered, casting long shadows that morphed into figures, specters from the past, reminders of promises broken, of hopes lost. It was as if the ancestors themselves had gathered, suspended in time, demanding recognition. "No, no," she gasped, tears streaming down her face, glistening like dew on fragile petals. I remember the stories of our people, the sacrifices, the joy, the pain. But now they want me to become one of them." Her body convulsed, caught in the grip of an unseen force. "They want to take me home." In that brief moment, the air shifted, darkened. It was as if the veil between our world and theirs had thinned, a gaping chasm filled with the weight of unvoiced fears, unhealed wounds. My own heart raced, a symphony of terror and longing, echoing against the backdrop of the night. The stories of our ancestors pressed down upon me, a reminder of the price we pay for our existence, the threads we weave into the fabric of life. "Fight it, Amina!" I pleaded, a raw edge creeping into my voice. The embers flickered, casting a ghostly glow as if the very spirits were urging her to step forward into the abyss. I felt the air grow heavy, pregnant with an unspeakable tension that bound us tightly, a shared heartbeat in the darkness. And then, without warning, the drums erupted in a final, ear-splitting crescendo, a sound that shattered the night. Amina's body jerked, her eyes wide with terror and clarity. In that heartbeat, she saw them, her ancestors, beckoning her to join, to become one with the whispers of the past. She gasped, I can't leave you." But the fire blazed brighter, the shadows dancing wildly, and I knew, deep down, that her struggle was not just against the call of the spirits but against the very essence of her identity. The essence of us all. The ground beneath us trembled, and I felt the chasm widen, echoing the fragile nature of life, the balance between this world and the next. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, hope and despair, love and fear, the tug of the past and the weight of the future. My heart ached, torn between the mortal realm and the intoxicating call of the infinite. I reached out, fingers barely brushing against her arm, feeling the electric pulse of her existence. "Amina, remember us." And then, just like that, the air shifted again, the tension snapping like a taut string, leaving us suspended in the vast silence, a breath held, an unspoken promise, a moment frozen in the throes of destiny. The firelight flickered, revealing the shadows of yesteryear whispering secrets that only they could understand. Time itself seemed to coil, folding in on itself, leaving us lingering at the edge of the unknown, where dreams and reality meld into one. And as I stood there, the weight of the cosmos heavy on my shoulders, I felt it, the haunting echo of what it means to belong, to be tethered to a story larger than ourselves. The night was a shroud, thick and heavy, wrapping its fingers around the city of Port-au-Prince like a ghost's embrace. In the distance, the low thrum of drums pulsed like a heartbeat, calling spirits from the shadows. Somewhere, a woman wailed, her voice a roar, aching cry that sliced through the darkness like a blade, desperate for something that slipped just out of reach. I could feel it in my bones, the air crackled with tension, as if the very ground were holding its breath, waiting for something to set it free. Marie stood at the edge of the marketplace, her heart pounding in rhythm with the drums. She could see the flickering candles casting eerie shadows, silhouettes of ancestors dancing along the walls of her memory. Each flame flickered with the stories of those who had come before, their spirits whispering into the night, urging her onward. I remember when I was a child, she thought, the way the smoke curled up toward the heavens, carrying our prayers. But tonight was different. Tonight, the shadows were thicker, and the spirits were restless. "Marie!" A voice, sharp and urgent, broke her reverie. Samuel, her brother, stood behind her, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "We have to go. Now." His presence was both a comfort and a source of tension, a reminder of the weight they carried together. Their mother had always said they were two halves of a whole, each flawed, yet together they made sense. But the truth gnawed at her heart like a feral beast. Samuel was the tether that kept her grounded, but he was also the storm that threatened to sweep her away. "Samuel, I can't," she whispered, feeling the pull of the drums. "What if they call me?" Her voice trembled, laden with an urgency that reverberated against the backdrop of her fears. "What if I'm meant to be a medium tonight? What if I can connect?" "Connect," he scoffed, the frustration bubbling over. "More like lose yourself. You think this is some kind of game? You think you can just slip into the other side and come back unscathed?" His words fell heavy between them, each syllable a jagged stone. Marie could feel her heart racing, adrenaline coursing through her veins. The spirits were hungry, and she could sense them lurking, close enough to touch but too far to see. "I remember the tales," she murmured, her eyes reflecting the flickering lights. The stories of those who danced with the spirits, who became vessels for their voices. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled the time she had seen her first ceremony, the way the dancers moved as if they were not of this world. But now, doubt crept in, a dark specter of fear tightening its grip around her throat. She wanted to feel the power, the connection to something greater, but the cost loomed large in her mind, an insurmountable mountain. "Marie, stop!" Samuel snapped, the desperation in his voice sharpening like glass. "You don't understand. This isn't a game. You think you're ready to face what's out there?" He pointed toward the shadows, where the night seemed to breathe, alive and pulsating with the spirits of the departed. "You don't know what they want. You don't know what they'll take." In that moment, she felt the weight of her choices. She was teetering on the edge between the known and the unknown, a delicate balance that threatened to shatter. But the drums beckoned, their hypnotic rhythm calling her forth, drowning her in a swirling tide of need. The world around her faded until it was just her, the drums, and the whispering shadows. What is it I seek, she thought, a question that echoed back into the depths of her soul. Sometimes, Samuel's voice broke through her trance, thick with emotion. The past is best left buried. The anguish in his eyes betrayed a vulnerability that struck her as deeply as any wound. You think the spirits are our allies? They can devour you whole. You could become nothing more than a shell, a puppet in their games. And just like that, the air shifted. A chill descended, wrapping them both in its icy embrace, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to pause. She could see it, the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he shifted uncomfortably, the need to protect her clashing with his own fears. Their mother's voice echoed in her mind, a mantra steeped in love and sorrow. Never forget, my child, the spirits are wild. They are mercurial. They are hungry. I remember, she whispered, feeling the tremors of possibility running through her. I remember the darkness that followed us, how we danced on the edge of despair. The memories flooded in, vibrant and consuming, each one a reminder of the fragility of their existence. Samuel stepped closer, his voice breaking the spell. Marie, please. Let them rest. Let us find peace in life. His plea was a lifeline, a rope thrown into an abyss. But as she looked into his eyes, she saw the fear that mirrored her own, a reflection of a bond that had been forged in the flames of grief and survival. The drums continued to beat, and as the sound swirled around her, she felt the presence of the spirits growing stronger, felt their breath on her skin, a caress filled with longing and sorrow. What if I could bring them peace, she thought, a flicker of hope igniting within her. What if I could understand their pain? But just as that hope bloomed, a cold hand clutched at her heart, squeezing it until she could barely breathe. She had seen what happened to those who ventured too far, who reached into the abyss and found only darkness staring back. The choice lay before her like a labyrinth of shadows, each path leading to a different fate. The drums thundered on, and the air grew thick with the scent of burning herbs and memories long buried. She could feel the spirit swirling around her, pulling her with an intensity that made her pulse race and her skin prickle. The time had come. She was standing at the precipice of both fear and desire, and in that moment, the world held its breath. Marie! Samuel's voice again, more urgent this time, breaking through the chaos that threatened to engulf her. You can't go down this path. You can't face what's waiting in the dark. But as she looked into the night, into the swirling chaos of shadows and whispers, she felt the pull of something ancient and powerful. The spirits beckoned, and somewhere within her, a fire ignited, one that called for rebirth, redemption, and the chance to transcend the pain that had been inherited like an unshakable curse. The choice lay heavy, a stone in her hand, but the weight felt right. It felt like destiny, like a journey into something grander than herself, where pain intertwined with love, and shadows danced with light. And as her breath quickened, she realized she was no longer just a bystander, she was a seeker, ready to embrace whatever came next. The air thickened with anticipation and dread, and in that charged moment, she knew this was only the beginning. The spirits were waiting, and the night was alive with possibility. The drums throbbed like a heartbeat, pulling her deeper into the haunting embrace of the unknown, and she felt the shadows wrap around her like an ancient cloak, woven from the stories of her ancestors, inviting her to step into the dance. Rain lashed against the windows like a furious beast, and inside the cramped, dimly lit room, the air was thick with tension and the acrid scent of burning sage. I could feel the weight of the spiritual world pressing against my chest, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed the shouting. You don't know what you're tampering with. Maria's voice cracked like glass, a raw edge that sliced through the ether. Her eyes were wild, alight with the fire of desperation, reflecting a soul unmoored and thrashing in turbulent waters. I was a mere shadow in this tempest, caught between Maria's fierce conviction and the simmering resentment of David, who leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, a silent storm brewing in his blue gaze. You think the Orishas care about your petty squabbles, he scoffed, his voice a low growl. They thrive on chaos. You're just another pawn. His words licked at Maria's wounds, igniting a fury that rumbled through her body, and I felt the tension coil tighter in the room, a noose of fate binding us to this moment. I remember the legends, the tales spinning out of the mouths of elders like the echoes of drums in a sacred ceremony. The orishas, those divine entities that straddled the line between the corporeal and the celestial, were not just stories to me, they were the very essence of life and death, joy and despair. Each orisha was alive, pulsing with the energy of the universe, waiting for the rhythm of a heart to dance with them. But in that moment, Maria and David were oblivious to the sacred light surrounding them. They were lost in their poisonous conflict, spiraling further into darkness. Enough! Maria's voice rang out, sharp as a knife, slicing through the thick silence. She stepped closer, her finger trembling like a metronome keeping time with her mounting frustration. If you want to mock me, then do it. But when the orishas come for you, don't expect me to save you. The challenge hung in the air, heavy and charged, as if the universe paused to witness this deadly interplay of souls. David's laugh sent shivers down my spine. It reverberated off the walls, taunting the very essence of what we had sought to understand. The orishas? They've got bigger fish to fry than a failed ritual. You think they care about some petty squabbles in a crumbling city? His voice dripped with cynicism, but it masked something deeper, a fear. A fear that these ancient spirits could indeed intertwine with our lives, and that his dismissals were just a thin veil over a heart steeped in doubt. I felt the air thrum with the energy of those waiting spirits, the shadows dancing on the walls seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own, answering the call of Maria's anger. The world around us blurred, time folded into itself, and I became acutely aware of how fragile we were, mere mortals wrestling with entities far beyond our comprehension. Do you remember that night under the stars? Maria's voice softened, her gaze drifting away, lost in a memory that tasted both sweet and bitter. You told me the orishas were watching. You said they felt our pain. Her vulnerability tore at me, unraveling the threads of my own heart. I could see the child within her, the one who believed in magic, who wove dreams from the fabric of the cosmos. David's expression shifted, the mocking facade cracking, revealing a glimpse of the boy who once believed too. We were naive, he muttered, almost to himself, the vulnerability a ghost haunting him. But they don't care anymore. Not about us. His voice trembled now, betraying the bravado he wore so well. Naive? Maria shot back, her passion igniting like a flare in the darkness. Naive is thinking we are alone in this mess. The orishas are here, in every heartbeat, every whisper of the wind. They feel what we feel. The room spun with her fervor, the shadows seemed to close in tighter, cloaking us in an eerie embrace. I felt something shift, a presence, a heartbeat outside our own, a whisper that sent chills racing down my spine. The air crackled with energy, and for a split second, I could almost see them, those orishas, guardians of the forgotten, hovering just out of sight, waiting for us to recognize their call. Then let them come. David erupted, the vulnerability slipping back into anger. Let them show us. I'm done playing games. Games. Maria's eyes blazed, fierce and unyielding. This is not a game. This is our soul we're talking about. Our very existence. Our voices echoed, a symphony of chaos in the storm, and for a moment, I was lost in it, the storm of emotion swirling around me, the tempest of despair, hope, and fear crashing against the walls of our fragile understanding. The shadows seemed to breathe with us, weaving a tapestry of tension that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of our reality. Listen! I shouted, my voice cutting through the din like a knife. We are on the brink. The orishas are here, watching, and we're fumbling in the dark. Can't you feel it? A silence fell, heavy and suffocating, as if the universe itself paused to absorb my words. I felt the chill of the night wrap around us, a reminder of the cosmic play unfolding in the shadows. Maria's tremor softened, her fierce resolve waning. But what if, she whispered, and in that moment, we all understood the weight of the unspoken. What if the orishas did care? What if they were waiting, watching, ready to intervene? What if we were too lost in our own pain to hear their call? The storm roared again, and as the rain beat against the windows, I knew we were standing on the precipice, a fragile thread binding us to a fate entwined with those ancient spirits. The confrontation loomed like a spectre in the dark, and in the storm's fury, I remembered the pulse of the universe, each heartbeat a reminder that we were never truly alone. The clock struck midnight, and with it, an overwhelming sense of inevitability filled the air. Shadows danced, whispers echoed, and the Orishas watched, their presence felt but unseen. The night was alive, the silence pregnant with anticipation, and we were just beginning to understand the depth of our connection to something far greater than ourselves. As the storm raged on, I realized we were not just fighting each other, we were battling the very essence of our souls, the interplay of the Orishas woven into the fabric of our existence. And the night stretched on, dark and filled with potential, a breath held in the cosmic dance of chaos and creation. The air hung thick with anticipation, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, and I felt it in my bones as I stood in that dimly lit room, surrounded by the scent of burning herbs and the whispers of ancestors long gone. The pulsing beat of drums vibrated through the floorboards, a call echoing from the depths of history, summoning spirits that watched from the shadows. I remember my heart racing, each thump a reminder that I was alive, a fragile flicker against the vastness of time. Maria stood before me, her face a canvas of determination and fear, an exquisite contradiction that pulled at the strings of my heart. Her eyes were pools of dark water, swirling with the pain of generations, and in that moment, she was both warrior and child. I could feel the gravity of her choices pressing down, the weight of her ancestors resting upon her shoulders like a shroud. She was torn between two worlds, the vibrant pulse of Candomblé and the suffocating silence of a society that refused to understand its power. The drums thundered again, a summons, and I watched as her fingers curled into fists, trembling with the fire of her ancestors. Each beat resonated with the stories of Orishas, gods and goddesses standing guard over her spirit, their presence palpable in the air. She was to become a vessel, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, and the moment felt electric, charged with a raw intensity that made the hairs on my arms stand at attention. Across the room, Pedro watched, a shadow cast in the flickering candlelight. Once a devoted practitioner, his heart now wavered, caught between tradition and the corporate lure of a world that promised wealth and safety. His hands trembled, not with fear but with the weight of disillusionment. I remember the way he had laughed once, a joyous sound that filled the air like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. But now, that laughter felt like a ghost, haunting the edges of his smile as he wrestled with the ghosts of his own choices. "Do you remember?" he asked, his voice low and trembling, fighting the tide of doubt that threatened to swallow him whole. "Do you remember the first time we danced?" The drums echoed through our souls, and we were invincible. "I remember," Maria whispered, stepping closer, her resolve flickering like the candle flames that struggled against a sudden draft. "But this is different. We have to honor them, Pedro. The spirits are restless." I felt the tension swell, a crescendo of passion and fear spiraling through the space. The flickering light cast shadows of the Orishas on the walls, twisting and turning, as if they were alive, watching, waiting. They were guardians of lost histories, a chorus of voices that begged to be heard, even as the world outside turned a deaf ear. And there they stood, two souls at a crossroads, battling the demons of their pasts, of love lost and dreams deferred. The rhythm intensified, and the room pulsed with the heartbeat of Candomblé, a visceral connection to something greater than themselves. I could see the flicker of fire in Maria's eyes as she surrendered herself to the music, her body moving with an urgency that felt primal, as if she were invoking the spirits with each step. I felt tears prick at my eyes, the overwhelming beauty of her release, a catharsis born from every heartbreak, every struggle. But Pedro stood still, anchored by his own doubts, a ship lost at sea. "What if this is all a lie?" he shouted, his voice nearly drowned by the thunderous drums. "What if we're just chasing shadows?" Maria's gaze pierced through him, fierce and unwavering. "You know it's not a lie. It's blood, Pedro. It's our heritage. They are calling to us." The air crackled with unsaid words, and for a moment, time suspended itself, a breath held tight in the throat of fear and longing. I could feel the weight of their unspoken histories, the scars of those who came before, whispering warnings and promises. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, a reminder of time slipping away, of choices that could not be unmade. As the drums reached a fever pitch, Maria surrendered completely, her spirit soaring through the movements, embodying the essence of the orishas. Each sway, each turn became an act of defiance, a testament against the erasure of her culture, her identity. I felt the electricity ignite the air, a palpable force that filled the room with the presence of those who had come before. But Pedro remained rooted, fighting against the tide of emotion, a tempest of conflicting desires. I could see the shadows dance across his face, the struggle reflected in his furrowed brow. In that moment, he was both lost and found, teetering on the precipice of his own soul. The drums pulsed louder, reverberating within me, and suddenly, he moved, one tentative step toward Maria, as if the rhythm had unfurled a thread that tethered him to her. "I remember," he began, his voice trembling, "I remember the stories we shared, the dreams we wove." The connection sparked, and in that brief moment, the world outside faded, the city, the chaos, the noise, all became a distant echo as the spirit surged through the room, igniting a fire that threatened to consume the very walls around us. The air thickened with promise and despair, and I knew something had to give. The energy was building, coiling tighter like a spring ready to unleash itself. Maria's dance became a prayer, her body a vessel of raw emotion, while Pedro's awakening felt like the dawn breaking over a long, dark night. And just as I thought they might bridge the chasm between them, a sudden crack of thunder sounded outside. The storm had arrived, fierce and unrelenting, mirroring the turmoil within. Shadows shifted, darkening the corners, as the spirits whispered louder, urging them onward. The confrontation was coming, a tempest of souls clashing, a reckoning against silence, a reclaiming of heritage. In that breathless moment, I felt the pulse of Candomblé wrapping around us, a lifeline thrown into the chaos, a reminder that the roots run deep, and the soul practices of ancient Africa would not be forgotten. I remember the music rising, the dance of shadows, the clash of belief against doubt. And I held my breath, waiting for them to take the leap, to surrender to the storm, knowing that whatever lay ahead would change everything. The air crackled, the spirits danced, and I was swept away in the current of it all, heart pounding, soul ignited, ready to witness the unfolding. The night was thick with an electric pulse, a heartbeat of shadows wrapped around the broken stones of what once was a grand temple. Its silhouette clawed at the starless sky, whispering secrets long forgotten. There, in the cold embrace of the earth, Nora stood, clutching a tattered piece of parchment, trembling. The air tasted like ash and regret, heavy with the weight of unsaid prayers. She could feel the ground vibrating beneath her, almost alive, as if it awaited her command. I remember the first time I was here, she thought, but the memory slipped through her fingers like sand. Across the clearing, Marcus lingered, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his worn leather jacket, an armor against the ghosts of his past. The moon hung low, casting a pale glow on his face, reflecting a storm of emotions. Anger, fear, and longing danced behind his eyes. "What are we doing here, Nora?" His voice was a coarse whisper, as if the night itself would swallow the words whole. This was no ordinary night, it was a reckoning, a ritual woven from the threads of their fragmented souls. They had come to conjure the shades of their own making, to confront the raw, unfiltered truth of their existence. "I have to do this," Nora breathed, her heart hammering in her chest, each thud a call to the spirits that loomed around them like a shroud. She thought of her sister, lost to the abyss of fear and fate, and shuddered. "I have to find her." Marcus shifted, his gaze flickering to the trees that seemed to breathe in the dark. "Nora, you can't just summon the dead. You don't know what you're asking for." But his words felt hollow, reverberating against the silence like a plea that had been drowned out. The ground beneath them felt sacred and cursed all at once. It was a battleground of memories, a patch of earth that had witnessed laughter and sorrow, joy and despair. And as the wind howled, it carried with it the echoes of laughter, the whispers of loss. Nora could feel them, could sense their yearning, but the shadows taunted her. "What if you find her?" they whispered. "What if you wish her back? What then?" She bit her lip, a mix of determination and dread battling inside her. Ritual had always been a double-edged sword, it was both an offering and a demand. It promised connection yet risked destruction. She remembered her mother's words, spoken like a prayer: rituals are bridges, Nora. Bridges to the past, to the future, to the souls that linger. But as she drew the sigils in the dirt, traced the ancient lines with trembling fingers, the air grew thick with something darker, a heaviness that pressed against her chest like a vice. "You're playing with fire," Marcus murmured, his breath misting in the cold air. "You could lose yourself." "I've already lost too much," she shot back, her voice rising, cracking under the strain of grief. "What's one more soul to the abyss?" The words hung between them, a promise and a curse, binding them in this moment of desperation. And then the silence broke. A rustle in the bushes, a flicker of movement, a shadow passing by too quickly to be caught. Nora felt it, a chill brushing against her skin, a spectral hand reaching out, pulling her deeper into this ritual of remembrance. "Do you see that?" she gasped, her heart racing. Marcus squinted into the darkness, the tension coiling between them like a taut wire. "Nora, we need to leave," he said, urgency creeping into his tone. But she couldn't, her feet were rooted in the soil, anchored by something far greater than fear. "I need to know," she insisted, her breath quickening. "I need to confront my own ghosts." As she chanted the words inscribed on her parchment, the air crackled with energy, thick and palpable. The ground trembled, a low rumble that sent vibrations up her spine. Memories swirled around her, chaotic and vivid. She saw her sister's face, framed in golden light, laughing, dancing, alive. And then the darkness consumed it, the laughter twisting into wails that clawed at her heart. "I remember," she gasped, feeling the walls closing in. "I remember the day she left." The memory flooded her senses, sunlight streaming through the window, the scent of fresh flowers, the sharp pang of betrayal. "I let her go." Tears streamed down her face as Marcus reached out, his hand brushing against her arm, a lifeline in the storm. "You're not alone, Nora. You don't have to carry this burden by yourself." His voice cracked, holding the weight of his own guilt, his own loss. But the shadows loomed larger, and the air thickened, a warning bell ringing in her heart. "You don't understand," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. "This is the only way to free us." And in that moment, the world shifted. The ground shook violently, a primal force awakening beneath them, as if the very essence of the earth was screaming in protest. The shadows writhed, coiling around her like a serpent, and Nora fell to her knees, feeling the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down upon her. "Stop!" Marcus shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. A blinding light erupted, illuminating the darkness, casting long shadows that danced wildly. The air was electric, charged with all the hopes and fears of those who had come before. Nora closed her eyes, surrendering to the tide of emotion, letting it wash over her, engulf her. In that moment, time ceased to exist. Memories collided, merged, the ghost of her sister, the echoes of laughter, the shadows of sorrow, and Nora became a vessel, a bridge between the realms of the living and the dead. She felt it all, the warmth of love, the sting of regret, the weight of what could never be. And then, amidst the chaos, a voice broke through, soft yet powerful, like a whisper from the cosmos: "You are not alone." Nora's heart swelled, fear mingling with an overwhelming tide of hope. And as the shadows receded, she looked at Marcus, his face pale but resolute, the bond between them forged in the crucible of shared pain. But before she could fully grasp the moment, before she could reach out to him, the light dimmed, the shadows surged once more, and the earth yawned, threatening to swallow them whole. In the frantic dance of life and death, Nora understood, rituals are not just acts, they are the very heartbeat of the universe, the rhythm of the soul's journey. They are where beginnings and endings collide, where the sacred and the profane entwine in an eternal embrace. And as darkness swallowed the last remnants of light, she knew this was only the beginning. The drum thunders like a heartbeat, echoing in the cavern of the night, wrapping around the air like an electric current. I can feel it pulse beneath my skin, pulling me into a vortex of sound, where every note is a memory, every beat a prayer. In the clearing, lit by flickering torches, shadows twist and turn like ancient spirits yearning to break free. The scent of burning sage mingles with the earthiness of sweat and soil, creating a brew of something sacred, something dangerous. Malika stands at the center, her body a vessel, her arms extended, fingers weaving through the air like reeds in the wind. She is the embodiment of ancestral strength, yet beneath her fierce exterior lies a tempest of doubt. I watch as she dances, and I remember, oh, how I remember, when she thought she might never return to this place. When she thought she'd leave behind the weight of her family's legacy, the burden of their songs echoing in her ears. But here she is, commanding the night, and yet her eyes betray her. They flicker with something darker, something visceral. A fear of failure? A longing for acceptance? The rhythm pulls her, beckons her to shed the shackles of her insecurities, but the stakes are impossibly high. In this sacred space, where the past meets the present, every movement is a declaration, every spin a gamble with the cosmos. I can feel the tension thick in the air, a taut string ready to snap. And there stands Omori, his fists clenched, a storm brewing in his chest. The music ignites his rage, and I can see it swirling like a tempest, a cyclone of memories colliding with the reality of this moment. He was once lost to the streets, the allure of concrete jungles, the echo of gunshots drowning out the whispers of his ancestors. But tonight, he returns, a ghost of who he was, searching for redemption in the rhythm of drums. He remembers the weight of his grandfather's stories, the tales of resilience woven through generations. But can he reconcile that past with the man he has become? The dance is both a celebration and a reckoning. As Malika spins, her body a manifestation of her lineage, I see Omori's eyes widen, the flicker of recognition igniting a fire in his soul. He steps forward, drawn into the orbit of her performance, the pull of history refusing to let him go. With every beat of the drum, he teeters on the precipice of something monumental, something terrifying. Dance with me, Malika breathes, her voice barely rising above the cacophony. I see the challenge in her gaze, the desperation to connect, to bridge the chasm between past and present. Her words linger in the air, heavy like the scent of rain before a storm. Omori hesitates, caught between the urge to join her and the weight of his past, the ghosts haunting him like shadows in the corner of his vision. I remember my own struggle, the dance that nearly left me behind, trapped in the silence of resentment. The way I once let fear dictate my steps, how I almost turned away from the songs that called to me. But in this moment, there's no turning back. The rhythm swells, and the crowd pulses like a single entity, their bodies swaying in unison, breathing life into the space around them. And then it happens, a moment frozen in time. Omori steps forward, the tension in his shoulders easing, an exhale escaping his lips like a sigh of relief. He moves, hesitant at first, but then, with the drum as his heartbeat, he begins to dance. It is raw, it is unfiltered, and it cuts through the air like a knife. He feels the energy wash over him, like a baptism of sound and spirit, pushing him to confront every shadow that has ever haunted him. Malika watches him, her heart racing, and I can see the realization dawn in her eyes. This is more than dance, this is the unearthing of buried truths, the reclamation of lost voices. They become one, the music melding their spirits, intertwining their struggles, their histories, until they are no longer two separate entities but a single force, united by rhythm and raw emotion. The crowd erupts, their voices melding with the drums, a surge of collective energy like a wave crashing onto the shore. I can feel the air thickening, alive with the ancestors' whispers, their approval enveloping us, wrapping us in a shroud of resilience. The moment is transcendent, electric. It's a reckoning, a declaration, and a prayer all at once. But then the harmony shatters, an abrupt change in the tempo, a discordant note that sends a ripple of unease through the crowd. Shadows flicker at the edges of the clearing, and for a split second, I remember the stories of those who came before, their struggles echoing through the ages. The fear creeps back in, clawing at the edges of my consciousness, reminding me that joy and pain are intertwined, that this moment of triumph is shadowed by the darkness of history. Omori falters, confusion crossing his face as the haunting memories claw at his heart. Malika reaches for him, her fingers brushing against his, anchoring him in the moment, but the ghosts are relentless. They whisper of loss, of dreams unfulfilled, of battles fought in silence. The music swells again, a desperate plea for unity amidst the chaos, and I see them both, Malika and Omori, caught in the throes of their own battles, yet bound by the unyielding power of music and dance. They sway, they wrestle, they confront the shadows together, and in this sacred space, they find not just pain but the raw beauty of existence, the fire of resilience burning bright against the dark. And as the drums reach a fever pitch, an invitation lingers in the air, urging us to join in, to step forward into the light, to dance with our own shadows. The night is alive, electric, a testament to the power of spirit, of music that transcends time, reminding me, that to dance is to embrace the complexities of life, to wield our histories like weapons, and to rise, always rise, even when the weight of the world feels unbearable. The final beat echoes into silence, but the energy remains, crackling in the air, waiting for us, waiting for me, to take the next step, to carry forward the torch of our ancestors, to let the music guide us into the unknown. The night is still young, and though the dance may have paused, the rhythm of our souls continues, pulsing, alive, forever intertwined. The church bells toll, a haunting sound reverberating through the air, mingling with the distant cries of children playing on the dusty streets. It's a symphony of life and death, hope and despair, all colliding in a single heartbeat. Miriam stands outside the crumbling stone church, her hands trembling, gripping the rosary like a lifeline. The beads dig into her palm, a reminder that faith can bruise. She looks up, the sun's rays piercing through the heavy clouds, illuminating the cross at the top of the steeple, a stark contrast to the shadows that loom like ghosts in her mind. I remember the stories, she whispers, her voice barely carrying over the wind that seems to breathe for her. The tales of the spirits that walk among us, guardians, ancestors, woven into the very fabric of our being. But here I stand, caught between two worlds, two truths, and I feel like I'm unraveling. A crow caws overhead, a dark omen flapping its wings in a taunt. It's a sign, a warning. The weight of her family's past hangs like a shroud around her shoulders. Her mother's voice echoes in her mind, our ancestors are not gone, they are always with us. Yet here, encased in the church's cold stone, she feels the fracture between her mother's world, vibrant and alive with ancient rituals, and the sterile promises of salvation whispered by the pastor. The air grows thick, heavy with unspoken words, the tension palpable. Across the street, Samuel watches from the shadows, his heart racing, torn between his upbringing and his desire to break free. The rhythm of the drums he hears in his dreams calls to him, a call from a place that feels both familiar and foreign. He remembers the night spent by the fire, the stories of the trickster spirits, the ancestors dancing in the flickering light. Yet, here he stands, unable to reconcile the vibrant pulse of his heritage with the rigid dogma that his father, a staunch Christian, demands he accept. "I see you, Miriam," he murmurs, an ache in his chest. "But do you see me?" It's a question that haunts the depths of his soul, as he watches her struggle with the weight of her dual existence. The crowd inside the church swells, their voices rising in fervent prayer, drowning out the whispers of the past that beckon Samuel. Miriam feels the pull of the unknown, a tugging at her heart that promises answers and yet terrifies her. What if I embrace the spirits, she thinks, the fear curling around her like smoke from a dying fire. Will they accept me, or will I be cast out? She looks back at the church, its doors wide open, but inside, the light feels cold, harsh. She steps closer, the wood creaking under her feet, each step a reminder of the expectations crippling her spirit. As the pastor's voice rises, a thunderous proclamation of faith, Miriam feels the walls of the church closing in, a vice tightening around her mind. God is love, he declares, but what about the love of her ancestors, the love rooted in the earth, in the sky, in every breath taken under the watchful eyes of the spirits? She shivers, a chill racing down her spine as she fights against the urge to flee. Outside, Samuel's gaze sharpens, the moment crystallizing around him. "I can't do this anymore," he whispers to the evening sky, the crescent moon hanging low, a sentinel of change. "I can't choose between who I am and who they want me to be." His heart races, urging him forward, but his feet are anchored in place. Then, out of the shadows, an old woman appears, her presence a sudden crackle of energy. "Boy," she says, her voice like gravel, "you need to listen." Her eyes, dark pools of wisdom, pierce through the mask he wears. "You're not the first to walk this path. The spirits are waiting. They've always been waiting." Miriam feels the weight of the old woman's gaze on her as well, a shared understanding blossoming in the air between them. The past, the present, and the future collide in this moment, a whirlwind of emotion that leaves her breathless. "What do you want from me?" she asks, her voice a fragile thread. "Everything," the woman replies. "Open your heart. The spirits have much to teach you, and the only sin is to ignore them." Samuel steps forward, emboldened by her words. "And what of the church?" he challenges, eyes blazing with unspent passion. "What of the God they preach, the one who demands our silence? Can we not hold both in our hearts?" The old woman smiles, a knowing grin that feels like sunrise after a long night. "They fear what they do not understand. But the spirits and the God of love are threads in the same tapestry. It is time to weave." The church bells toll again, but this time, the sound is different, resonating with possibility rather than the weight of obligation. Miriam and Samuel exchange glances, a spark igniting between them, a flicker of hope in the dark. The threads of their lives, once frayed and tangled, begin to intertwine, forming a bond that defies the expectations of both worlds. "I remember," Miriam breathes, "the stories of power, of unity, of the divine dance of existence." "I remember," Samuel echoes, "the rhythms that call to us, that refuse to be silenced." And together, with the old woman as their guide, they step away from the crumbling stone, leaving behind the chains of their past, hearts racing toward an uncertain future. The night wraps around them like a cloak, alive with whispers of what could be, an electric current of spirit and faith, an unyielding desire to reclaim their narratives. This is just the beginning, a taste of the storm that brews within their souls. The clock ticks, the night deepens, and the world waits, breathless, for the next chapter to unfold. The spirits murmur in the distance, a promise, a challenge, a reminder that they are never alone. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing like a distant thunderclap, and I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. Around me, the air was thick with a tension that felt almost palpable, a whisper of something ancient and fierce, alive. The shadows danced on the walls of the dimly lit room, flickering like the spirits of ancestors who had come to bear witness, to stir the echoes of a faith long ago intertwined with the very fabric of our existence. I could feel it, the weight of their eyes, the history wrapped around my shoulders like a heavy cloak. Amina was trembling, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was fierce, a soul forged in the heat of conflict, but tonight, uncertainty gnawed at her resolve. "What if they find out? What if I'm not enough?" Her words stumbled out in a frantic rush, a desperate plea woven with fear and determination. Each syllable felt like a shard of glass, sharp and piercing, cutting through the air, landing heavy in my chest. I remember the quiet nights when we'd whispered prayers together, our voices blending into the fabric of the universe, seeking comfort beneath the stars, the crescent moon cradling our dreams. Now, those dreams felt fragile, like thin ice cracking beneath our weight. Beside her, Malik stood, the embodiment of silent strength, yet tonight, his brow furrowed in a way I had never seen before. "Amina," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, steady and tethering like the grounding earth beneath our feet. "You are more than enough. We carry the legacy of our ancestors, the whispers of Islam flowing through our veins." But even as he spoke, I could sense the tremor beneath his bravado, the worry that clung to him like a shadow, lurking just out of sight. He, too, was caught in the storm of doubt, battling the unseen forces that threatened to tear us apart, to shatter the fragile connection we'd forged in the name of faith and shared history. The room was a cauldron of emotions, bubbling over with the heat of our fears and aspirations. The walls, old and battered, seemed to lean in closer, eavesdropping on our every word, absorbing our anguish. Outside, a distant siren wailed, a haunting reminder of the world that lay beyond our sanctuary. It was a world that didn't understand us, that mocked our beliefs and stripped us of our identities. It was a world that threatened to drown us in the tides of an unforgiving reality. Amina's eyes flashed with something fierce, a spark of defiance igniting within her. "We can't let them erase us. Our spirituality, our traditions, they are woven into the very essence of who we are. We are the descendants of those who survived, who thrived against the odds, who blended the beauty of Islam with the rich tapestry of African heritage. I could feel the fire in her words, a dance of hope against the backdrop of despair. They were not just words, but an incantation, pulling us from the brink of darkness. As the night stretched on, I caught glimpses of our ancestors in Amina's resolve, the women who had woven prayers into the very fabric of their garments, the men who had traded stories under the full moon, where Islam met the African sun, creating a fusion that was both sacred and transcendent. I thought of the rituals of the past, how they had survived the brutal hands of time, the scars of colonization, and the relentless waves of oppression. Our spirituality was not just a relic, it was a living, breathing entity, pulsating with the heartbeat of a collective memory. Malik's voice broke through my reverie, a low echo of thunder. We owe it to them, to honor their legacy. We must stand firm in our beliefs, to let the world know that we are here. There was a haunting beauty in his words, a reminder that our faith was a river, winding through centuries, unearthing stories etched in the stones of our history. But then doubt seeped back in, an insidious whisper curling around my mind. What if the world would never accept us? What if our spirituality was nothing but a flickering candle in a tempest? I remembered the shadows that danced at the edges of our lives, the moments when fear gripped our hearts, when we hesitated to raise our voices in prayer, masking our identities beneath layers of conformity. Amina's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, a melody of resilience. We cannot hide who we are. Islam is interwoven with the essence of our being. It breathes life into our spirits, it gives us strength to confront the darkness. Her words were a balm, soothing the raw edges of my anxiety, but the truth was still a heavy weight. What would it take for the world to see us? To understand the beauty that blossomed from the ashes of our ancestors' struggles? And then it happened, a chilling silence enveloped the room. A presence loomed, thick and oppressive, as if the very atmosphere conspired against us. It was the ghost of doubt, the spectre of the past, clawing its way into our sanctuary. I felt it wrap around my throat, squeezing tight, constricting my breath. My pulse quickened, a wild rhythm echoing in my ears. Had we invoked something we couldn't control? But Amina, with her fire igniting the darkness, stepped forward. We will not be afraid, she declared, defiance radiating from her core. We will stand, roots deep in our soil, branches reaching toward the heavens. Her voice held a power that made the shadows tremble, made the air electric, a prayer that soared into the night. And as the clock struck 1, the world outside continued to spin, unaware of the seismic shift happening within these walls. The whispers of our ancestors grew louder, merging with our fierce determination, forging a pact that transcended time. I could feel the pulse of something greater, a cosmic energy flowing through us, binding our souls together in an unbreakable thread. In that moment, I knew we were not alone. The ghosts of our past stood with us, the weight of their legacy pressing upon our shoulders, urging us to rise. We were the embodiment of a faith that had survived centuries of turmoil, a testament to the resilience of a spirit that would not be silenced. And as dawn approached, casting an ethereal glow through the cracks of our sanctuary, I understood, this was only the beginning. The influence of Islam on our African diaspora spirituality was not an endpoint, but a vibrant continuum, a river of life flowing through us, ready to carve new paths into the future. We were the story, unfolding, relentless, and alive. The drums were a heartbeat in the darkness, a pulse that throbbed in the air like the collective breath of 1,000 ancestors. I stood in the shadow of the old oak, its gnarled roots clutching the earth like hands grasping for the living, and felt the rumble deep in my bones. Behind me, the flickering light of the fire cast ghostly figures against the trees, their faces painted with fear and hope, a blend of emotions that twisted and turned like smoke. It was a night heavy with anticipation, and I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. I was not alone. At my side, Mara swayed, her body moving instinctively to the rhythm, but her eyes were clouded with doubt. She had always been strong, a force of nature, but tonight, that strength was fraying, unraveling at the edges like an old tapestry. What if they don't listen, she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath, the fear quaking in her chest. I turned to her, searching for the spark of defiance that had once ignited her spirit. Her hands trembled, flickers of uncertainty sparking like the embers around us. And then there was Lena, her presence like a storm brewing just out of sight. She was a conduit of power, a guardian of secrets long buried, but her heart was a battlefield. I remember the way her voice had thundered through the gathering, demanding respect, demanding recognition. "You think you can silence us," she had shouted, and the weight of her words hung in the air, a challenge thrown to the winds. But now, as the drums beat, her resolve wavered, and I could see the shadows creeping into her eyes, darkness that whispered of old wounds and unhealed scars. "Tonight, we summon the spirits," I said, trying to instill a courage I didn't fully possess. The words hung between us, heavy with the gravity of what was to come. They will listen, they must. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a reminder of our ancestors, the women who had walked this path before us. Their strength was woven into the very fabric of our being, and yet, doubt still loomed like a dark cloud above us. As the fire crackled, I remembered my grandmother's stories, the tales of women who defied the odds, who wielded power in a world that sought to silence them. They danced under the moon, their spirits intertwined with the cosmos, and I felt that history wrap around me like a cloak, urging me forward. "Mara, Lena," I said, my voice trembling, "we are the legacies of those who came before us. We have the strength." But Mara's gaze drifted to the horizon, where the shadows blurred with the night. "What if the spirits are angry?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread. "What if they turn against us?" Her fear clawed at me, a raw, gnawing uncertainty. I placed a hand on her shoulder, feeling the warmth of her skin, the pulse of her heart. "We honor them. We call on them with love." Lena stepped closer, her eyes fierce, catching the firelight like flint. "We do not bend to fear," she said, her voice rising above the drums, a battle cry echoing through the trees. "This is our moment. We will not let them take it from us." There was power in her words, a fierce determination that ignited something in me, ignited something in Mara. We were all woven together in this moment, a tapestry of resilience, and the energy surged through us, pushing back the shadows that threatened to consume. But as we began to chant, a chill settled over the clearing, an eerie silence that swallowed the sound of the drums. I could feel it creeping in, that familiar sensation of something watching, something waiting. The flames flickered, casting strange shapes on the ground, and the air thickened with anticipation. "What is happening?" Mara said, her voice breaking as the fear clawed at her throat. "Do not falter," Lena urged, her eyes scanning the trees, searching for something, someone. "We call upon the spirits. We are here." Her voice rose like a tidal wave, crashing over the doubt that threatened to drown us. We joined her, voices rising, merging into a chorus that felt like it could shake the stars. But then, the shadows shifted, twisting in ways that felt wrong. A figure emerged at the edge of the clearing, a silhouette cloaked in darkness, and my heart seized. I could feel the fear radiating from Mara and Lena, a shared moment of terror that bound us together. "Who dares summon us?" A voice, cool and sharp as ice, sliced through the tension, sending shivers racing down my spine. The figure stepped forward, and the firelight caught their features. It was an embodiment of all our fears, the spectre of our past, the faces of the women who had been silenced and forgotten. "You think you can awaken the dead," they hissed, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath me as the weight of their words echoed in my chest. "No!" Lena shouted, stepping forward, defiance etched into her features. "We honor you. We seek your strength." Her voice shook, but there was something in her eyes, a flicker of hope, a spark of rebellion. The figure paused, and for a moment, the world hung in balance, suspended between fear and the fierce yearning for connection. I could feel the air crackling with energy, a collision of past and present, of hope and despair. In that moment, I realized, this wasn't just a battle against the shadows, it was a reckoning with the very essence of who we were, and who we were meant to be. And as the spirits watched, I took a breath, feeling the weight of my ancestors at my back. This was not an end, it was a beginning. A rebirth. The drums resumed their relentless beat, a heartbeat that echoed in the very marrow of our beings, urging us onward, deeper into the night, into the embrace of the unknown. The confrontation was just the beginning, a prelude to a symphony of voices that would rise, unyielding, relentless, until the world could no longer ignore us. The moon hung low, a silver coin flickering in the ink-black sky, a witness to a world of pain and hope. A voice shattered the stillness, raw and haunting, echoing through the night like a lost soul calling for help. I remember how it felt when the sun kissed my skin, how it felt to dream of freedom. The words cut through the darkness, awakening spirits that had long lain dormant. There, in the heart of the Mississippi Delta, stood Clara, her eyes shimmering with the weight of generations. She was a fragile wisp of a woman, her hands calloused yet tender, cradling a child, a boy, no more than 5, with eyes like 2 midnight stars. His name was Eli, and in his innocence, he held the dreams of countless ancestors. Clara's heart thumped in her chest, a drumbeat of dread and determination. She had to sing, to share the anguish woven into her very being. A rustle in the shadows made her pulse quicken. Was it just the wind? Or something more sinister? It felt as if the air itself was thick with spirits, whispering secrets only the brave dared to uncover. In the distance, the clanging of a bell echoed like a dark omen, a reminder of the past and the shackles that still bound them. Shadows danced along the edges of her vision, memories of laughter intermingled with cries of despair. "Ma," Eli's tiny voice trembled, "why do you sing when it hurts?" Clara knelt, her soul exposed like an open wound. "Because, my love, the song is our spirit. It carries our pain, our joy, our very existence. It's the fire that keeps us alive." Across the clearing, just beyond the flickering firelight, stood Thomas, a man forged from sorrow and hope, a brother in arms, a lover, a dreamer. His heart was a storm, wild and unpredictable. Each day, he walked the thin line between despair and defiance. He sensed Clara's turmoil, felt the weight of their shared history pressing down, tightening like a noose around their necks. "Clara," he called, his voice laced with urgency, breaking through the veil of night. "They're coming. We must leave now." Clara's breath caught in her throat. She knew the terror that loomed in the dark, the men who wore their hatred like armor. The world was a cage, and they were but birds with clipped wings, caged by their skin. She felt Eli's small hand grip hers tighter, and she fought back tears. I remember the stories my grandmother told me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "The ones that lived in the shadows but danced in the light." "Ma, what stories?" Eli asked, his eyes wide, innocent, seeking comfort in the unknown. "Stories of how songs were our salvation," Clara replied, her voice gaining strength. "Of how we sang when the shadows closed in, how the songs were our ancestors whispering to us, guiding us home." With every heartbeat, the distance between them and danger closed. The crackle of the fire was a heartbeat, alive and threatening, while the shadows shifted, swaying like dancers in a macabre ballet. Thomas stepped closer, urgency etched into the lines of his face. He was a man of flaws, haunted by his past choices, but there was a fire in him and a need to protect, to fight, to resist. "Clara, we can't stay. They hunt for us, but we have to keep running. Our songs will guide us, but we must use our feet." "Where will we go?" she implored, desperation tinging her voice. "To the river," he replied, "where the water sings to those who listen. We must seek the light, the freedom that awaits." As the words hung in the air, Clara's heart surged with emotion, a mixture of fear, love, and an unyielding spirit. She looked down at Eli, who was now staring up at her, wide-eyed with a mixture of confusion and hope. "Trust in the song, Eli," she urged, her voice strong yet tender. "Let it guide you. Let it remind you of who we are." In that moment, the world narrowed down to the three of them, a bubble of courage against an ocean of fear. The shadows crept closer, and she could feel their cold breath on the back of her neck, but she refused to let it consume her. Instead, she began to sing, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes, wrapping itself around them like a protective cloak. I remember the sun rising over the fields, the scent of fresh earth, the laughter of those who came before us. And as they took their first steps into the night, the song grew louder, pulsing through her veins, filling every crack and crevice of despair with a fierce light. Clara, Thomas, and Eli became a trio of spirits, intertwining their fate with every note echoing in the darkness. The shadows roared in defiance, and the night deepened, but Clara's voice rose above it all, pulling the very fabric of the cosmos close, weaving their story into the tapestry of the universe. We are here. We are alive. Our souls will not be silenced. And in that moment, the weight of their ancestors, the love, the pain, the joy, all of it coalesced into a fierce, unbreakable bond, a fiery declaration against the encroaching gloom. With every step, they waged war against despair, against the silence that sought to swallow them whole. As the wind carried their voices into the ether, they emerged, not just as a mother, a father, and a child, but as a lineage, as a hymn of survival. They became conduits of hope, their hearts beating in synchrony, an echo of resilience forged in the fires of their ancestors' dreams. Then they ran, chased by the shadows, propelled forward by the unyielding promise of tomorrow, the very essence of life pulsing within their chests. And as the night enveloped them, they sang louder, daring the dark to swallow them whole. Because in that chorus, within the struggle, lay the soul of their existence. The air crackles with tension, thick and electric, as the moon hangs heavy in the sky, a watchful eye over the village. I can feel it, the pulse of unseen spirits coursing through the night, whispering secrets in the shadows. I stand at the edge of the clearing, heart racing, mind racing, as Zola's screams pierce the silence, a broken melody that makes the ground tremble beneath me. She's in the center of it all, a silhouette against the flickering flames, her fists raised in desperation, fighting against the encroaching darkness that threatens to swallow her whole. Zola? I scream, but my voice is swallowed by the wind, my feet rooted in place as fear coils around my heart. Every fiber of my being screams to move, to help her, but the weight of ancestral memories keeps me tethered. I remember those stories whispered in the night, tales of lost souls and the spirits of the departed that roam these very lands, lingering just out of reach. The weight of history is heavy in the air, tangible. She spins, eyes wild, searching for something, someone. Her breath is ragged, and in that moment, she is the embodiment of all that is fragile and fierce. I can see it in her eyes, the glimmer of hope dampened by despair, the fiery spirit dimmed by the weight of expectation. She's fighting for her brother, Rummy, lost to the shadows, to the curse that has plagued our village for generations. For every family has its ghosts, and Rummy is the most recent to join the restless. Zola? I call again, this time with urgency, but the darkness laughs, mocking my attempts, as if it knows the futility of my words. I remember the last time I saw Rummy, eyes bright, laughter ringing through the air like a sweet song. Now, he's just another name in the litany of sorrow that haunts us. I can't let her face this alone. I step forward, breaking the spell that holds me captive. The ground is cool beneath my feet, a reminder of the earth that cradles our ancestors. I remember my grandmother's voice, soothing yet firm, telling me about the journey of the soul, the path they must take to find peace, and how each soul carries the weight of the living. We are all connected, she used to say, by love, by loss, by the threads of time. But in this moment, time feels suspended, like the stillness before a storm, and I can feel Rummy's absence like a cold shadow at my back. Zola's cries rise again, a fierce battle cry against the darkness, and I am drawn to her, pulled by the gravity of her pain, her determination igniting a fire within me. Stay with me! I shout, my voice cracking under the weight of emotion. The flames dance, casting flickering shadows that twist and turn like restless souls seeking escape. The villagers gather around, their faces masked in fear, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They murmur prayers, invoking the spirits of our ancestors, but are they listening? Are they watching? My heart races as I notice the shadows shifting, coiling closer, like serpents hungry for flesh. Rummy! Zola screams, her voice raw and desperate, a sound that cuts through the darkness like a knife. In that moment, I see her, truly see her. The weight of her world pressing down on her shoulders, her heart a fragile bird fluttering against its cage. I move closer, and she turns to me, her eyes pleading. Help me find him. He's not gone. He can't be gone. But what if he is? The thought seizes me, a vice around my chest. I remember the tales of souls lost, trapped between worlds, unable to find their way home. And I remember my own fears, laced with memories of my mother's stories about the restless spirits that linger, the ones that can only be released through love and sacrifice. Together, I say, my voice steadying. We'll bring him back. Zola nods, determination sparking in the depths of her eyes. The villagers part, forming a circle around us, their breath held in anticipation, the air thick with expectation. A ritual, unspoken yet instinctively understood, starts to take shape. We begin to chant, our voices rising like a wave against the tide of darkness. Each word is a thread, weaving us together in a tapestry of hope, binding our souls to the very essence of our ancestors. Rummy, we call, our voices intertwining, vibrating with the energy of the night. Each cry reverberates in the air, like a beacon guiding lost souls home. The flames flicker wildly, shadows swirling around us, but there is a warmth, a pulse that draws us closer. And then, a chill sweeps through the clearing. A figure, cloaked in shadows, emerges from the darkness. My heart stutters. Is it him? Have we brought him back? The figure takes a step forward, and the air grows heavy with a palpable energy, the spirit of the night pressing in around us. Zola gasps, her breath hitching as recognition washes over her face. Rummy, she whispers, and the world around us holds its breath. But something is wrong. The shadows twist and whirl, a tempest brewing around the figure. No! I scream, reaching out as the darkness stretches, pulling at Zola, pulling at me, fingers like icy tendrils grasping for our souls. The battle within me rages, the weight of decisions crashing against my heart. To save him, we must confront the darkness, the curse that has bound him. With every ounce of courage, I step forward, hand outstretched. We are here, Rummy. We won't let you go. But the darkness laughs. It knows our fears, our hopes mingling in a dance as ancient as time. I remember my grandmother, her wisdom, and the truth buried beneath layers of sorrow. The journey of the soul is not just about finding peace, it's about facing the darkness, embracing the light, and the ties that bind us to those we love. And as the figure steps closer, a flicker of recognition ignites within me, one last chance to save not just a soul, but to confront the very fabric of our existence. I take a breath, steady myself, and pull Zola close, ready to plunge into the abyss, ready to fight for what is ours. The air crackles again, the beat of our hearts resonating in the silence, the echoes of our ancestors guiding us onward, toward the confrontation we never knew we needed. The night holds its breath, the moon a silent witness, and we step into the darkness, together. The drum beats thrummed like a heart in the dark. I could feel the vibrations in my bones, a pulsing rhythm that beckoned me closer, deeper into the shadows of the night. The air was thick with the scent of sage and something else, something wild and electric, like the thrill of a storm on the horizon. I was there, crouched on the damp earth, watching as the shadows danced under the flickering firelight, and the haunting wails of the wind wove through the trees like a lament for the lost. Mara swayed like a pendulum, caught between two worlds. Her voice trembled as she sang, a mournful melody that seemed to call out to the spirits. I could see the tears streaming down her cheeks, glistening like shards of glass in the light. She was both strong and fragile, a warrior steeped in grief, fighting to reclaim the pieces of herself scattered across the battlefield of her life. I remember, she croaked, choking on her words, when I was whole. The fire crackled, spitting embers into the night, while her words hung heavy in the air, echoing with the weight of every loss she had endured. The memories clawed at her, clawed at me, each one a ghost whispering through the veil. Across the clearing, I saw Jonas, his eyes dark pools of sorrow. He squatted against a gnarled oak, his breath ragged, as he clutched a small pouch filled with sacred herbs. The weight of his past pressed down on him like a chain, each link forged with regret. "What if I can't find her?" he murmured, more to himself than to anyone else. "What if I'm too late?" His heart ached for the sister he had lost, a bond severed too soon, and I felt that ache resonate within me. It was the kind of pain that twisted your insides, that made you want to scream at the heavens, to shake your fists at the stars and demand to know why. The cosmos seemed indifferent, but here, in this moment, we were bound together by our suffering, by our desperate hope that healing was possible. The wind howled, and I could swear I heard the faintest echo of a child's laughter in the distance. It sent chills racing down my spine. "Mara!" I shouted, my voice a fraying thread in the air. "What if the spirits don't want to return? What if they're happy where they are?" She turned to me, her eyes fierce, shining with a light that felt like both a warning and a promise. "They deserve to be found," she replied, each word a hammer striking stone. "And I will not surrender them to the void." In that moment, the fire blazed higher, casting monstrous shadows that twisted and writhed. My heart raced as I inhaled the smoke, sharp, bitter, cleansing. This ritual was both beautiful and terrifying, an intersection of life and death, of release and reclamation. It was the breath of the universe crashing against the shores of our broken souls. Jonas finally stood, his resolve hardening like steel, the pouch clutched tightly in his fist. "We'll go into the spirit world," he declared, the shiver of fear weaving through his determination. "No matter the cost." And there it was. The moment that held everything in balance. The choice that would change everything. The air crackled with electricity, a charged silence stretching between us, taut as a bowstring ready to snap. In this fleeting breath, I felt the weight of centuries of tradition, of every shaman who had walked this path before us, their whispers echoing in my ears. I remembered stories of healing, of souls fractured and mended, of shadows that danced on the edge of the light, forever yearning for the warmth of home. I remembered the elders speaking of soul retrieval, of returning what was lost, not just to the living, but to the dead. Mara took a step forward, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We'll call them home, Jonas. I promise you." The resolve in her voice was both a balm and a blade, sharp enough to slice through the shadows that threatened to consume us whole. The drumbeats rose to a fevered pitch, and the world around us blurred, the trees bending and swaying as if they too were caught in the thrall of the ritual. I could feel the earth beneath me, alive and breathing, pulsing with the heartbeat of the ancestors who had come before. In that moment, time lost all meaning. The clock in my chest ticked louder, a reminder that we were bound by the ephemeral dance of life and death. I was acutely aware of every heartbeat, every breath, a symphony of existence that felt both fragile and infinite. Suddenly, a chill swept through the clearing, the kind of cold that settled deep in your bones, a harbinger of the unknown. My breath caught in my throat as the shadows shifted, coalescing into shapes that were both familiar and foreign. I could sense the spirits gathering, the ethereal forms of lost loved ones edging closer, a haunting reminder of what had been stolen away. Mara's voice rose, a clarion call piercing through the night. "I summon you. Return to us." Her words hung suspended in the air, trembling against the weight of the universe, a plea, a command, a desperate reach into the cosmic void. And then silence fell, and the world held its breath. I could feel the weight of their presence, a palpable energy coiling around us, and I was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread and hope, fear and longing. The moment stretched like a taut string, vibrating with unvoiced possibilities. My heart thundered as I watched the spirit swirl, glimpses of faces and forms flickering in and out of existence. But with this haunting came clarity, a knowing that echoed deep within me. This was more than just a ritual, it was a reckoning. A fight for love, for loss, for healing amidst the chaos of life. A battle against the shadows that threatened to steal away our very souls. As the winds howled and the shadows danced, the air crackled with the promise of transformation. Would we find what we sought? Would we reclaim the pieces of ourselves we had lost along the way? The answer loomed like the firelight flickering against the night, both certain and uncertain, both terrifying and beautiful. And in that moment, we stepped forward, together into the abyss, ready to face whatever lay beyond. I felt the ground shift beneath us, the very fabric of existence bending in response to our call. Time had frayed, reality twisted. All that mattered was the heartbeat of the drum, the pulse of hope thrumming through our veins, leading us deeper into the essence of what it means to heal. The drum's thunder in the distance, a heartbeat of the land that once held rhythm in every soul. They beat like a war cry, a summons to the spirits that linger between the veils of the seen and the unseen. I stand at the edge of the village, the air thick with tension, snapping with the electricity of betrayal. My fingers tremble, memory flooding in like the tide, a moment when shadows were just shadows, and the world was painted in the hues of belief and faith. I remember Mosi, her eyes like dark lanterns, full of stories untold. She dances around the fire, her movements weaving threads of history into the smoke that curls toward the stars. She chants, her voice a silky whisper that wraps around the night, drawing in the ancestors. You are here, you have always been here, she sings, but now the air stands still, as if even the spirits hold their breath. The white men, the colonizers, march through the village like a storm, all boots and fury, tearing at the fabric of our existence, laughing at the sacred. You believe in ghosts, they sneer, and in that moment, I feel the earth shift beneath me, a crack widening between what is sacred and what they wish it to be. Then there's Juma, my brother, standing at the crossroads of tradition and rebellion. He carries the weight of 1,000 ancestors on his shoulders, a burden that drives him to madness. You cannot erase us, he shouts, fists clenched, as the soldiers laugh like hyenas, their faces pale and cruel. I watch him, heart racing, caught in the riptide of his fierce spirit. You think we are superstitious, backward, he rages, you will see. But the light in his eyes flickers, a candle in a storm, and I know he is standing on the edge, between becoming a hero and a martyr. I can almost taste the fear, the metallic tang in the air as the villagers hide in their huts, hearts pounding, holding their breath as the white men desecrate the sacred. They rip the totems from the earth, tossing aside what they do not understand. These are just carvings, they laugh, and the laughter pierces like a dagger, jarring against the songs that echo through our blood. I remember Moses' song, a melody that has cradled generations, and I want to scream, to drown out the laughter, to remind them that we are more than what they see. The night grows heavy, deep shadows pooling around us. It's not just a crisis, it's the disintegration of our very being. Juma's voice cuts through the darkness, a raw, primal sound that vibrates deep within my chest. They think they can take our spirits, but they cannot touch our hearts. They cannot take our dreams. He is defiant, but I see the cracks forming in his resolve. I remember our mother's voice, soft yet firm, teaching us that faith is a fortress. But what of faith when the very ground beneath you is scorched? Suddenly, a gunshot shatters the air, a loud crack that reverberates through the village and steals the breath from my lungs. Mosi falters mid-dance, the rhythm of her body disrupted, and a shiver of dread snakes down my spine. Juma falls to the ground, and the world tips on its axis as I scream, the sound a wild animal escaping from its cage. No! I rush forward, heart hammering, but the soldiers stand impassive, their eyes cold as the steel of their weapons. The fire flickers, and time slows, fragments of moments colliding like jagged glass. I see Mosi, tears glistening in her eyes, her spirit unyielding even in this darkest hour. We are the land is us, she whispers, and I feel the weight of her words like a boulder resting on my chest. I remember the stories woven into the fabric of our lives, memories echoing against the backdrop of the night, tales of resilience, of spirits who danced in the shadows, unbroken. The village seems to hold its breath, a collective heartbeat pulsing in the silence that follows. The soldiers, oblivious to the sanctity of what they destroy, laugh again, mocking, cruel. But in that laughter, I hear something else, a hollow echo, a deep-seated fear. They fear us. They fear our connection to the cosmos, our ties to the spirits of our ancestors. They think they can erase our beliefs, but we are rooted in the soil, entwined with the energy of the universe, and we will rise again. I run to Juma, cradling his head in my lap, the earth warm beneath me, soaked with life and death. You're not gone, you can't be gone, I plead, and the stars shimmer above, indifferent yet watchful. The air is thick with the scent of smoke and blood, mingling with the sweet earth, and I feel the weight of the night descending, a heavy cloak hiding our secrets, our pain, our hope. Mosi starts to chant again, her voice rising above the chaos, a fierce incantation that dances through the air like lightning. We are the echoes of our ancestors. We are the shadows that will never fade. And in that moment, I realize this isn't just a fight for survival, it's a battle for our very souls. The sound of her voice pierces through the tumult, a beacon against the dark. But the soldiers advance, eyes glinting with malice, and I feel the ground shift once more. What is a village without its spirit? What is a people without their memory? I hold Juma tighter, feeling his heartbeat slow, and a wave of desperation envelopes me. I want to scream, to rage against the night, to fight against the tide that threatens to drown us. We will remember. We are more than this. The tension mounts, the world closing in, and in the depths of that despair, I hear the whispers of the ancestors, a chorus rising from the dust. The night swells with energy, and as the drums echo in the distance, I know this is not the end. It is the beginning of a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkness that seeks to swallow us whole. And as I gaze into the depths of the shadows, I feel their presence, powerful, unyielding, reminding me that while the body may be shackled, the spirit knows no bounds. We are more than just flesh and bone, we are the songs that refuse to die. We are the breath of the earth, the laughter of the winds, and though they may take our lives, they will never take our spirits. The night is alive with possibility, a canvas yet to be painted, and as I cradle Juma, I understand that our battle has only begun. In every heartbeat, in every whispered prayer, we will rise again. The air is thick with incense, swirling like the memories of those who have passed, whispering secrets of the past into the ears of the living. In a dimly lit room, walls painted with the shadows of ancestors, Amina stands at the center, trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of 1,000 lifetimes pressing down upon her. She holds a candle, its flickering flame mirroring the chaos inside her own heart. Tonight is not just another gathering, tonight, she is searching for the spirit of her grandmother, a fierce woman who had danced with the spirits and spoken the language of the unseen. Amina's breath hitches, a raw gasp as she recalls her grandmother's words, echoing through her mind like a haunting melody. We are not lost, my child. We come back. We are woven into the fabric of life, thread by thread. But the fabric feels torn tonight, and doubt seeps in, dark and heavy. She clenches her fists, the candlelight casting shadows that twist and contort, and she remembers every wound, every heartbreak that led her to this moment, a moment where the past and present collide like thunder on the horizon. Across the room, Jamal watches her, his heart a storm of conflicted emotions. He knows the pain that lives inside her, knows how every heartbeat is a reminder of loved ones gone. But Jamal is haunted too, not by memories of the dead but by the living, the weight of his father's expectations, the pressure to succeed in a world that seems to swallow his dreams whole. He had come here to support Amina, yet he feels that he's the one in need of salvation. The ancestral spirits feel like a weight on his chest, a reminder that he is more than just flesh and blood, he is a legacy, a continuation of stories yet told. As Amina's voice rises with the chant, it vibrates through him, a pulse that awakens the dormant memories buried deep within. He closes his eyes, and for a moment, the room dissolves. He sees flashes, his mother's laughter, his father's sorrow, a world where time is a loop, where beginnings and endings are mere illusions. I remember, he murmurs, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer. I remember the tales of the elders, how they spoke of cycles, of return. And there it is, the notion that binds them, the concept of reincarnation that pulses through the veins of the African diaspora, thick with the blood of ancestors who have walked before them. The stories swirl like smoke, threading through their lives with every heartbeat, with every sigh of the wind. Amina opens her eyes, suddenly aware of Jamal's presence, his intensity pulling her closer, anchoring her to the moment. Do you feel it? She whispers, her voice trembling with urgency. The energy? It's alive. I feel it, he replies, each word wrapped in the weight of their shared histories. But what does it mean for us? Are we just echoes of the past, or can we carve something new? The room quakes with her answer, a soft but resolute declaration that cuts through the tension. We are both, Jamal. We are the echoes and the new song. We carry their strength, their pain, and we have the power to change our destiny. But we must remember. The air shifts, charged with electricity, and suddenly the shadows become restless, dancing with a life of their own. Amina feels the energy swell around her, and she gasps as she senses the presence of something, or someone, watching. The candle flickers violently, illuminating a face that is both familiar and foreign, a face that belongs to her grandmother. The realization sends shivers down her spine, a cold thrill that prickles at the edges of her consciousness. You're here, she breathes, a combination of fear and joy surging within her. But Jamal's voice breaks through her reverie, laced with urgency. Amina, don't lose yourself in this moment. We have to confront the pain, the sorrow that binds us. We can't just let the spirits carry us. The urgency in his voice pulls her back, grounding her once more. You're right, she replies, her heart pounding like a drum. But what if the pain is all we have? What if the memories of the past are the only thing that keeps us alive? As they grapple with their emotions, the shadows twist and swirl, a tempest of memories that churn in the air. The scent of burning sage fills the room, thick and intoxicating, as Amina and Jamal look into each other's eyes, seeing the depths of their souls reflected back. They realize that the journey of reincarnation is not just about cycles and returns, it is also about breaking free, about forging a new identity while honoring the past. Their breaths synchronize, a heartbeat shared between two souls caught in a web of longing and despair. The weight of their ancestors bears down upon them, yet there is an undeniable strength in their shared vulnerability. I remember the stories, Amina whispers, her voice a thread weaving through the chaos. The tales were never meant to bind us, but to guide us. They are not shackles, but wings. Jamal nods, the flickering light casting shadows that dance against the walls like ghosts of the past. Then let's honor them, Amina. Let's not fear the cycles, but embrace them. Let's be the stories they never got to tell. The candle's flame steadies, as if acknowledging their pact, illuminating the darkness that once felt insurmountable. The tension in the room shifts, a palpable energy sparking between them, the promise of redemption hanging heavy in the air. They stand together, two fragmented souls finding solace in one another, ready to confront the ghosts of their past while carving new paths forward. In that moment, the memories swirl around them like a dance, a hypnotic rhythm that pulls them deeper into the heart of their shared existence. I remember, they echo together, each heartbeat a call to the ancestors, a vow to carry their legacy forward while forging their own destinies. The room becomes a sacred space, suspended in time, a place where the lines between past and present blur, where the concept of reincarnation breathes with new life. And as the shadows loom, the stars outside twinkle like distant memories waiting to be reclaimed, waiting for Amina and Jamal to step into the light and continue the dance of life. The night air hung thick, suffocating in its silence, a blanket of dread that seeped into the bones. I remember the moment vividly, the heavy thud of my heart echoing in my ears as I stood beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient baobab tree, its silhouette a twisted guardian against the silver moonlight. The wind whispered secrets, carrying the scent of damp earth and something more grotesque, a hint of decay. I was not alone, I could feel them, lurking just beyond the shadows, the restless spirits of my ancestors, waiting, watching. Mosi was there, too, his breath shallow, eyes wild. He gripped my arm, knuckles white as he struggled against the weight of unseen forces. "Did you hear them?" he whispered, his voice barely contained, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The weight of his fear mingled with my own. We had come seeking answers, but all we found were echoes of the past, haunting us like memories we couldn't shake off. "I remember the dreams," Mosi continued, his eyes darting, flickering like a candle flame. "They come in the night, visions of our people, lost, wandering. They need us to remember." His words crashed over me, a wave pulling me under, leaving me gasping for clarity. Dreams, they told us, were not mere phantoms of the night but gateways to the soul, profound truths wrapped in layers of shadow. But what truth did my soul carry? I could feel it tugging at me, a relentless whisper that gnawed at my resolve. There was a burden I couldn't name, a sorrow I had yet to confront. The ghosts of the past were not just memories, they were fragments of the soul, each one a thread woven into the fabric of our being. I thought of my mother, her laughter echoing in the crevices of my mind, yet now a distant spectre, her warmth turned to chill. Visions of her face haunted my dreams, her voice pleading, begging me to look back, to remember. "Remember what?" I asked, desperation seeping into my words. "What are we supposed to do?" He didn't answer. Instead, he looked to the sky, the stars a constellation of lost dreams. "They want us to awaken, to connect the living and the dead. The bridge is crumbling." Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of fear. "The bridge? What bridge?" I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the very earth trembling with the weight of our ancestors' unfulfilled desires. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a storm brewing just below the surface. I could almost see them, figures cloaked in shadows, their eyes glistening like stars, reaching out for something we had neglected. I remembered my grandmother's voice, echoing through the corridors of my mind. "The dreams are a mirror," she had said. "They reflect our souls, our fears, our desires. To ignore them is to forsake our very essence." But how could I face those dreams? Each night they unfolded like nightmares, painted in hues of agony, visions of my people, their faces twisted in despair. The village, once vibrant, now a ghost town, echoes of laughter replaced by silence. I could see it all, a kaleidoscope of grief, and yet I felt powerless to change it. "Are you ready?" Moses' words jolted me back, his eyes fierce with determination. "We have to confront them. We have to bring them into the light." He stepped forward, his silhouette swallowed by the night, and for a heartbeat, I hesitated, fear coiling tightly around my chest. "What if they don't want to be found?" I asked, the thought slithering through my mind like a serpent. "What if they are trapped in their own despair?" Moses turned, his gaze piercing through the darkness. "Then it is our duty to guide them." His conviction ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. I stepped forward, joining him beneath the watchful baobab, the weight of my ancestors heavy on my shoulders. As we began to chant, the air thickened, vibrating with energy. I felt the ground pulse beneath my feet, the rhythm of our voices rising, intertwining with the wind. Each syllable was a key, unlocking hidden chambers of grief and joy, memories buried deep within the soul. The world around us faded, the trees bending to our will, the moon a witness to our reckoning. And then, the visions came crashing in, a flood of light and darkness merging into one. Faces emerged from the depths, my mother, my grandmother, kin I had never met, their eyes wide, filled with longing. "Help us," they cried, their voices a cacophony that sent shivers down my spine. "Remember us." I was drowning in emotion, memory swirling like a tempest, crashing against my heart. I could feel their pain, their hopes, their dreams unfulfilled. Moses' grip tightened around my wrist, anchoring me to the moment. "They need us to remember," he urged, his voice breaking just as mine did. "We cannot turn away." Tears streamed down my face, but I wasn't alone. In that moment, surrounded by the spirits of my ancestors, I realized our dreams were not just tales of woe, they were lifelines, threads of connection binding us to the past, illuminating the path forward. The shadows that haunted us were not just specters of despair but guardians of wisdom, urging us to carry their stories into the light. As the chanting crescendoed, the air shimmered with energy, and I felt a surge of clarity. The dreams were a map, guiding us through the labyrinth of our souls, each twist and turn a testament to survival, resilience, and love. "We will remember," I promised, my voice strong, echoing in the stillness. "We will honor you." And as I spoke those words, a profound peace enveloped us, the weight of despair lifting, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. We were not just lost souls drifting in the night, we were the living embodiment of our ancestors' hopes, their dreams interwoven with ours. I remember the moment when the air crackled with a sense of triumph. The shadows began to recede, the darkness lifting. Yet, I knew, even as the visions faded, the journey was far from over. Moses and I stood together, arms raised to the heavens, ready to embrace the challenge of carrying our ancestors' dreams forward. The universe was vast and ungraspable, and we were merely threads in its tapestry. But in that moment, we were alive, fully, vibrantly alive, bound by an oath to remember and to dream. The quiet echoes of the night surrounded us, a promise of what was yet to come. The night hangs heavy, a suffocating blanket of darkness, as the air crackles with unspoken dread. I stand on the edge of a crumbling rooftop, overlooking a city that pulses beneath me like a living heart, but the silence screams louder than 1,000 voices. Shadows curl around the buildings, whispering secrets of those who once walked here, lives interwoven with dreams and nightmares. I remember the first time I saw the sky bleed orange, a sunset spilling its guts over the horizon, as my mother pulled me close, her breath warm against my ear. "Heaven's a promise, baby, a place where pain don't exist," she would say, her voice a soft hymn amidst the chaos. but all I could think of was the echoes of cold, steel chains, and the distant wails of souls trapped in the liminal space between life and death. Then there's Malik, my brother, who stands beside me, his fingers trembling as he clutches a tattered photograph of our mother, her smile frozen in time, a ghost haunting our memories. Malik, always searching, a restless spirit yearning for answers buried deep beneath the soil of our ancestors. Do you think she's there? He asks, eyes glistening like the stars above, searching for a flicker of hope. In heaven? I want to tell him the truth, that heaven feels like a lie some days, but instead, I just nod, swallowed by the weight of his faith. It's easier to believe in the light when the darkness wraps around you like a shroud. But I can't shake the feeling that hell is a place far closer than we imagine, lurking just beneath the surface, ready to swallow us whole. The city breathes, and the sounds of the night pulse like a heartbeat, a siren's wail, laughter echoing from a distant alley, the clash of metal on metal somewhere far below. Each sound a reminder that life is unrelenting, and death an ever-looming shadow. I remember the old woman on the corner, her eyes like wells of sorrow, whispering to the spirits that drift by. They are watching, she'd croak, her voice a brittle leaf on a winter's night. The ancestors, they're always near. I remember her eyes boring into mine, deep and knowing, and I shiver, the chill of her words clawing at my spine. And there's Aisha, my childhood friend, trapped in her own hell of bitterness after losing her sister to the streets, a victim of dreams deferred. There's no heaven for us, just an endless cycle of pain, she once spat, anger igniting her voice like a wildfire. Do you think our people are up there, smiling? No. They're fighting, still fighting for a sliver of peace. Her words hang in the air, heavy with the weight of truth. I want to argue, to remind her of the stories our grandmothers told under the glow of the moon, the tales of ancestors who rose above the ashes, but I can't find the words. Instead, I feel the reality of her pain, how it courses through her like a poison, suffocating the flicker of hope she once held. I remember the moments of laughter we shared, the way her smile could light up the shadows. But now, that light flickers, dim beneath the suffocating weight of grief. I watch as she wanders through the crowded streets, searching for something, anything, that could fill the void. Her laughter echoes in my mind, a haunting melody that dances through the darkness. Together, we stand on this rooftop, three souls on the precipice of despair and hope, the line between heaven and hell blurring under the weight of our stories. As the clock ticks, each chime a reminder of mortality, I can feel the universe holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of light and dark. The stars shimmer like distant memories, and I wonder if they, too, weep for us. If they, too, have lost something precious to the void. The city below moves in a syncopated rhythm, a dance of shadows and light, each heartbeat reverberating through our bones. I remember the stories, how our people believed in a heaven that is not just a place, but a state of being, a tapestry woven with love, joy, and the echoes of laughter. But what of the hell? The place we create through our own anger, despair, and the weight of our unfulfilled dreams. Aisha's voice cuts through the night, raw and visceral. What if heaven is just a lie we tell ourselves to keep going, she asks, rage simmering beneath her skin. What if hell is what we live every day? The question hangs between us like a heavy fog, swallowing the air. Malik looks at her, his faith trembling like a candle in a storm. But what if it's not, he whispers, as if conjuring a fragile possibility. I can't breathe, the tension thickening like smoke in the air. I want to reach out, to bridge the chasm of despair between us, but the weight of our histories, our traumas, holds me back. Each of us trapped in our own cycle of pain, yet yearning for solace. The skyline shifts, the city's heartbeat echoing louder. I see the ghosts of our ancestors dancing in the shadows, their stories woven into the very fabric of this place. They rise and fall with the rhythm of our lives, whispering tales of resilience and survival, urging us to remember that the fight is not just for today, but for eternity. And in that moment, I feel it, the flicker of hope igniting within me. Perhaps heaven isn't a distant, ethereal realm, but something we create here, amidst the chaos, the laughter, the tears. Perhaps hell is nothing but the shadows we refuse to confront. As the night deepens, I realize that we are the architects of our own fates, balancing on the knife's edge between despair and hope. And as the moon hangs overhead, a silent witness to our struggles, I can feel us, together, on the brink of something monumental, a confrontation with pain that could either break us or set us free. In the silence that follows, the city breathes, and we stand united, three souls entwined in the tapestry of our shared existence, ready to face whatever comes next. The afterlife looms ahead, a promise wrapped in uncertainty, waiting for us to define it with our choices, our love, our resilience. And as the shadows dance, I know, this is just the beginning. The air was thick with dread, like the heavy silence before a storm. A single street lamp flickered, casting a trembling glow over the cracked pavement, illuminating the shadows that danced in the corners of the alley. I stood there, heart racing, every nerve ending alive and screaming. The screams of the past echoed in my ears, ghosts of the community that had once thrived here, faces twisted in despair. I remember the cold sweat on my brow as I gripped the railing of the fire escape, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. This was not just about survival, it was about the soul of a community, about everything we had lost and everything we were destined to lose again. On the other side of the street, Mia trembled, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her jacket. She was a walking contradiction, a delicate flower in a field of thorns, unable to bloom in a world that ripped apart at the seams. Her eyes, usually filled with fierce determination, were clouded with uncertainty. "What if they come for us?" she whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her brave facade. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that we would face the monsters together. But the shadows loomed large, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down on us both. Then there was Lucas, the embodiment of defiance, standing a few paces behind us. His jaw was set, a hard line of resolve, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the way they curled into fists at his sides. He was always the strong one, the protector, but loneliness gnawed at him like a disease. "This is our home," he said, voice low and steady. "We can't let fear take that away." But his words felt hollow, echoing in the emptiness of the street, a desperate declaration against an oncoming tide of darkness. I remember the flicker of memories, a once bustling neighborhood filled with laughter, the aroma of spices wafting from open windows, children playing tag on the sidewalks. Now, it was a graveyard of dreams, swallowed whole by a suffocating silence. The community that had been our backbone was crumbling, each crack a reminder of shared grief, lost connections. Time had turned us into ghosts haunting our own past. "Together," I said, my voice breaking the stillness, a word heavy with meaning. We needed each other, needed to lean into that fragile bond forged through years of shared existence. I could see the flicker of hope in Mia's eyes, a spark daring to ignite amidst the darkness. Lucas nodded, but I could see the shadows dancing behind his gaze, the struggle between the heart and the mind. We were all teetering on the edge, and one wrong move could send us spiraling into the abyss. The tension pulled tighter, and a distant siren wailed, piercing the night and sending shivers down my spine. "They're coming," Mia muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. It was a strange mix of fear and exhilaration that coursed through me, pushing me to action. I remembered moments, gatherings in the park, laughter echoing off the brick walls, a sense of belonging. The only way to preserve our souls was to reclaim it all. But how? "Not just us," Lucas said, suddenly resolute. "We need to rally everyone. If we stand together, we can fight this." His eyes sparkled with an earnestness that threatened to burn away the shadows. "They might come for us one by one, but as a community, we'll be an unstoppable force." I felt a surge of power, a collective spirit rising from the ashes of despair. It was the very essence of who we were, the deep-seated belief that together, we could hold off the darkness. "Let's call the others," I urged, my heart pounding with the urgency of our mission. The city felt alive as we moved. Every echoing footstep resonated with history, stories buried deep beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed. We were more than individuals, we were threads woven into a tapestry of resilience, fragile yet unbreakable. As we passed familiar faces, I saw fear mirrored in their eyes, but also the flickering flame of hope. Together, we whispered, as if the word itself could conjure the strength we so desperately needed. As the night wore on, we reached the community center, the heartbeat of our neighborhood. It stood like a sentinel, weathered yet proud, a place filled with laughter, arguments, and the shared experiences of countless souls. The walls absorbed our stories, our pain, our victories. Here, we could gather, could remind ourselves of the bond that tied us. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with emotion. Friends, neighbors, all united against the encroaching darkness. I watched as fear transformed into resolve, a palpable shift that sent shivers down my spine. "We can do this," Lucas called, his voice cutting through the tension, electrifying the air. "We fight for our homes, for our lives, for each other." Mia stood beside me, her hand squeezed my arm, grounding me in the storm. I looked around the room, faces illuminated by the dim light, each one a testament to the resilience of our spirits. We were all flawed, each of us burdened by our own shadows, yet here we were, confronting the night together. The whispers, the doubts, the fears began to dissipate like fog under the morning sun. In that moment, the community transformed from a collection of individuals into a singular entity, a roaring force against despair. We were the guardians of our souls, the keepers of each other's dreams. And as we prepared to face whatever haunted us from the darkness, I felt the electric hum of hope, raw, real, and unyielding. The battle wasn't just for survival, it was a fight for our very essence, for the soul of the community we aspired to rebuild. That night, we were no longer just a group of people lost in the shadows, we were a beacon, a light piercing through the void, a reminder that together we could endure, no matter the storm that raged ahead. Each heartbeat echoed a promise, united, we would not fade into the night. The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence settling like a shroud over the village, the kind that makes your heart race and your skin prickle. I stood at the edge of the forest, the trees looming like ancient guardians, their gnarled branches reaching out with fingers of shadow. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and with it fell the warmth, leaving only the chill of uncertainty. I could feel the thrum of the earth beneath me, a pulse echoing through my bones, reminding me of what was at stake. I remember the stories, how the spirits of our ancestors whispered through the leaves, how the rivers sang of life and death. My grandmother's voice danced in my mind, warning me of the delicate balance between our world and the unseen. "Respect nature," she'd say, "and it will guide you." But now, standing before the towering trees, I sensed a darkness that twisted the familiar into something grotesque, something suffocating. Kofi was my closest friend, a boy with laughter like the morning sun, but today he was a shadow of himself. Fear flickered in his eyes, raw and exposed, reminding me that he had always been the one to remind me of the beauty in our connection to the natural world. "We should have listened to the elders," he whispered, his voice trembling, a feeble attempt to mask his panic. I could see the conflict warring within him, his unwavering belief in the spirits battling against the encroaching dread that something had gone awry. Then there was Adama, my sister, fierce and unyielding, a whirlwind of determination. She stood with her fists clenched, staring into the dark embrace of the forest. "We can't face this alone," she said, every word a declaration, yet her eyes betrayed her. The weight of responsibility pressed against her, a burden that felt as heavy as the very earth we tread on. I felt a surge of loyalty toward her. How could I let her face this without me? The spirits of our ancestors had always been a source of strength, but now they felt like distant echoes, their voices drowned out by the hollowness of our impending fate. A rustle broke the heavy stillness, a sound that sent a chill coursing through my veins. The trees seemed to shift, their branches curling inwards, forming a twisted archway. I remember the stories of those who had entered the forest and never returned, tales that wrapped around my heart like a vice. What awaited us beyond? Was it the spirits, seeking retribution for our negligence? Or was it something more malignant, a force that thrived on fear, on despair? I stood there, paralyzed, the very air thick with unspoken words and unshed tears. "Adama," I breathed, urgency slicing through the silence. "What if we're too late?" Her resolve faltered for just a moment, a crack in her armor that revealed the vulnerability underneath. "We can't think like that," she insisted, but her voice wavered, and I felt the tremor of her fear resonate within me. I remember the stars, how they flickered above, oblivious to our plight. They reminded me of our ancestors, watching, waiting, perhaps even judging. The universe felt vast and indifferent, and in that moment, I felt small, insignificant against the backdrop of eternity. Yet, in that insignificance was a flicker of hope, every heartbeat, every breath, a reminder that we were alive, that we had the power to change our fate. Kofi broke the silence, fearing the impending darkness more than the spirits. "We can't just wait here," he said, voice quaking. "We have to go in." His words hung heavy in the air, a challenge and an invitation wrapped in the same breath. Adama's gaze met mine, the weight of her decision evident, and I nodded, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. Together, we stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the forest. The air thickened, wrapping around us like a tightening noose. Every sound was amplified, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a creature lurking in the shadows. I felt the pulse of the earth quicken beneath my feet, as if the very ground was alive, reacting to our trespass. The moon, a ghostly orb above, cast eerie shadows that danced and flickered like spirits come to life. The deeper we ventured, the more the forest morphed around us, becoming a labyrinth of terror and beauty intertwined. Vines twisted like serpents, and roots knotted together, threatening to ensnare us. I remember the ancient trees, their bark scarred and weathered, holding secrets older than time itself. They whispered our fears back to us, and I could feel their judgment, their warning, a reminder of the fragile balance we had upset. "Do you feel that?" Kofi whispered, his voice barely above a tremor. I nodded, a chill weaving through me as shadows flickered just beyond our sight. I remembered the stories of the spirits, how they could be vengeful, how they could turn against those who disrespected their domain. Adama pressed on, her determination unwavering, but I could see the doubt creeping into her heart, shadowing her fierce spirit. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, a crackle of energy that felt almost tangible. We halted in our tracks, a cacophony of rustling leaves rising around us, growing louder, as if the forest itself was alive, breathing, watching. I felt the weight of anticipation, a ghostly presence wrapping around us, chilling our bones. And then, a figure emerged from the shadows, an old woman, her eyes alight with an otherworldly fire, the embodiment of all the tales we had ever heard. "Why do you trespass?" Her voice cut through the air like a blade, commanding and haunting. My heart raced, caught in a vice of fear and awe. Here was the spirit of the forest, the guardian of nature itself. I felt my breath hitch, a visceral understanding surging within me. We were not just trespassing, we were challenging the very fabric of our existence. We come seeking guidance," Adama stammered, her bravado crumbling like dry earth underfoot. "We ask for forgiveness." The spirit's gaze pierced through us, and I felt the weight of our collective guilt, an entire lineage, an entire people, standing on the brink of ruin. The forest seemed to hold its breath, every leaf, every whisper suspended in time. In that moment, the tension reached its peak, a standoff between generations of neglect and the desperate hope for redemption. And as the spirit's eyes bore into us, I understood that we were not just here to plead for mercy, we were here to confront our own fears, our flaws, and to reclaim what had been lost. Time stretched and twisted, the past, present, and future colliding in that charged moment. I felt the ghosts of my ancestors, their wisdom coursing through me, urging me to speak. "We remember," I said, my voice trembling but resolute. "We'll honor the earth. We promise." And as the forest listened, the shadows whispered, and the night seemed to hold its breath, I realized that this was only the beginning, a beginning woven with the threads of our spirits and nature's eternal embrace, a connection as profound as the cosmos itself. The air hung thick, a murky shroud of tension wrapped around the dimly lit room. Shadows danced against the cold stone walls, flickering like restless souls caught in a timeless limbo. I stood at the center, heart pounding, every muscle taut, my breath shallow. Before me, the altar loomed, a haphazard collection of memories, smeared with the dust of past offerings. Candles flickered nervously, their flames beckoning from the brink of extinguishment. "Make a choice," a voice whispered, echoing through the silence. It was Sarah's voice, a breathy urgency laced with desperation. She was crouched in the corner, tears glimmering in her eyes, a haunting mirror to the chaos swirling in her heart. The world outside was a cacophony of sirens and screams, but in here, the madness was amplified, a personal storm raging within the confines of this sacred space. I remember the day this place became a refuge, a sanctuary where hope mingled with despair. It was Sarah's idea, a moment of clarity amid the chaos of our lives. She had built this altar, each item placed with reverence, tiny trinkets, photographs, remnants of laughter, and shards of heartbreak. Here, we had poured our fears, our dreams, our aching needs. But now, it felt like a prison, the walls closing in, the air growing heavy with unspoken words. "Do it now," Sarah urged, her voice rising above the din of the outside world. "It's the only way." Her hands trembled, a mix of fear and defiance, as if she were challenging the universe itself. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the weight of responsibility pressing down on her shoulders. And there was Nathan, always caught in between, the eternal peacemaker. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, jaw clenched. His gaze darted between Sarah and me, a fierce battle raging behind his calm facade. "We can't just sacrifice everything," he murmured, but the words fell flat, hollow against the backdrop of our spiraling reality. I could see it in the way his fingers twitched, a betrayal of the calm he tried to maintain. I remembered the laughter we once shared, the late-night conversations that spiraled into the early hours. I remembered how we swore we would never let fear dictate our actions. But here we were, two friends and a lover caught in the net of our choices, the future unraveling before us like an ancient tapestry fraying at the seams. "Look at what we've built," Sarah implored, gesturing wildly at the altar. The offerings lay scattered, a hollow shell of hope, a reminder of promises made and broken. A small wooden carving of a bird, wings outstretched, captured our attention. "It's a symbol of our freedom," she said fiercely, "of the things we wanted to escape." But that freedom felt like a distant dream, fading into the shadows. Nathan's voice sliced through the electric tension, raw and honest. "But what if we're paying a price we can't afford?" His words hung heavy in the air. "What if there is no salvation here?" He looked at me, I searching for an answer he knew I didn't have. I felt the pulse of the universe around us, the weight of time pressing in. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each second a reminder of our mortality. I wanted to scream, to break free from the constraints of this moment, but the sacredness of the space held me captive. I remembered the tales of ancient altars, places where kings and commoners alike sought communion with the divine. But we were not kings. We were lost souls, navigating a storm we had unknowingly created. "Maybe we can still find a way," I whispered, the tremor in my voice betraying my own uncertainty. My eyes fell on the altar's centerpiece, a single, flickering candle, a beacon in the dark. It felt like a promise, a fragile thread of hope. I reached for it, fingers brushing against the waxen surface, and in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 prayers, the collective hopes and fears of everyone who had come before us. But Sarah's voice broke through, harsh and unyielding. "We can't hold on to the past," she said, her words sharp as glass. "It's time to let go." Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the dust of the altar, creating a mosaic of despair and longing. I looked at her, really looked at her, and felt the rawness of her pain. We had shared everything, the laughter, the heartbreak, the joy. Yet here we were, standing on the precipice of something much darker. I sensed the universe holding its breath, waiting for our decision. The stars were watching, perhaps mocking us, and in that weightless silence, I felt small, insignificant against the vastness of it all. Just tell me what you want," I pleaded, voice thick with emotion. But the answer was hidden in her gaze, a swirling maelstrom of fear and hope. She was a flame, flickering with intensity, and I was terrified of the darkness that threatened to extinguish her light. Nathan pushed off the wall, his stance shifting, determination etched into his features. "We can't sacrifice ourselves for something that may not even exist," he said, voice steady but laced with an urgency that resonated deep within me. "What if the altar doesn't save us?" The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, a specter that loomed over our fragile sanctuary. And suddenly, the room felt alive, pulsating with unseen energy. The candles flickered violently as if they understood the weight of our struggle. I could feel their warmth against my skin, a reminder of life in a world that felt increasingly cold. "Then let's create something new," I said, my voice steadying. The words poured forth like an incantation, a desperate plea for rebirth. Let's make this altar a testament to our survival, to our choice to fight. Sarah's eyes widened, a spark igniting the dimness. I could see the flickers of hope dance in her gaze, as if I had awakened something deep within her. Nathan hesitated, but for the first time, uncertainty clouded his features. The air thickened with anticipation, each breath heavy with the weight of impending choices. And so we stood, 3 souls bound by the sacredness of this space, the altar between us a testament to our struggle, our love, our pain. Outside, the darkness loomed, but here, amidst the flickering flames and whispered prayers, we felt a pulse, a heartbeat of possibility echoing through the stillness, urging us onward, into the unknown. The world waited, and we were caught in a web of choices and sacred spaces, teetering on the edge of destiny, ready to confront whatever awaited us beyond this moment, this altar, this fragile hope shared between us. The candle flickers, shadows dancing like lost souls against the stone walls, and the air is thick with an unspeakable tension. A single bead of sweat trickles down my spine, a cold reminder of the stakes. The room is a coffin of secrets, its corners heavy with the weight of the past, and I can hear the whispers of those who came before me, echoing through time. You have to see it, Aisling rasps, her voice a trembling reed against the storm brewing in her heart. The cards lay scattered before us, fragile pieces of fate, shimmering with the promise of revelation and the threat of despair. I remember the first time I saw the cards, their edges worn but imbued with a power that sent shivers down my spine. I remember my skepticism, that first taste of doubt. It's just paper, I said, dismissing the ancient art like dandelion fluff in the wind. But now, with the weight of the world pressing down on me, I can't shake the feeling that these cards hold the keys to something far greater, something that scratches at the door of my very soul. Aisling's eyes bore into mine, a storm of fear and desperation swirling within them. What if they show us something we're not ready to see? I whisper, feeling the words quiver in the air between us, heavy as lead. She takes a breath, letting it out slow as if exhaling the demons that haunt her. Then we face it. We have to. The intensity in her gaze ignites a fire deep within me, fueling the urgency of our situation. Across the table, Caleb leans forward, his jaw clenched, a fortress of anguish etched into his features. I see the shadows beneath his eyes, the sleepless nights, the ghosts of decisions made and unmade. We can't keep running from this, he says, his voice a low rumble, laced with an undercurrent of pain. The past is a predator, waiting to pounce. I shiver, recalling the nights spent in a haze of regret, the haunting memories that rise like phantoms in the dark. I remember the sound of shattering glass, the argument that spiraled into chaos, the words that cut deeper than any blade. How we promised to stay away from this, promised to protect each other from the truth. But time is a relentless tide, pulling us back into the undertow, and here we are, on the precipice of revelation. As Aisling shuffles the cards, the air thickens, a palpable energy surging through the room. Each shuffle echoes in my chest, a heartbeat drumming the rhythm of fate. I can almost taste the fear as her fingers dance over the cards, like a ballerina on the edge of a precipice. What do you see? I ask, the words spilling from my lips, desperate to reach into the abyss of uncertainty. Change, she murmurs, her voice barely more than a breath. A storm is coming. The room trembles with unspoken truths, and I can feel the static in the air, the way it prickles against my skin. The candle flickers again, casting wild shadows that leap and twist, as if trying to escape the weight of what's to come. But Caleb's gaze is locked on Aisling, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Change? Or devastation? The question hangs between us like the breath before an earthquake, and I'm caught in the crossfire of their unspoken fears. I see it then, the flicker of something deeper in his eyes, a dark pool of despair that threatens to swallow us whole. I remember the night he confessed, the rawness of his words spilling into the air like blood on the floor. I don't know how to forgive myself, he had said, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his guilt, a boulder on my chest. Aisling draws the first card, her hand trembling. The moment stretches, taut as a tightrope, and the world fades away until there's only the card, the tower. Its jagged lines cut through the silence, a fortress crumbling, flames licking at its edges. It's a warning, she gasps, her breath hitching in her throat. Everything we've built could come crashing down. A chill runs through me, a harbinger of the storm brewing in my own heart. I remember the dreams, the shadows that stalked me through the night, whispers of things unsaid. What if we can't survive it? I ask, the fear curling around my voice like a vine choking the light. Then we find a way, Caleb replies, his tone fierce, but the doubt lingers like smoke. I see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a fragile lantern in the darkness. We can't let the past dictate our future. The determination in his voice is a balm, but I can feel the cracks beneath the surface, the fear of failure. The second card slides into view, the moon, its silver glow illuminating the hidden fears that fester in the corners of our hearts. Illusions, Aisling whispers. What we don't want to see. Tears prick at the edges of my vision, the weight of it all crashing over me like waves against jagged rocks. I remember, I murmur, my voice breaking, the night we lost everything. The shadows shift, swirling around us, and I can almost hear the distant echoes of laughter, the familiar warmth now tainted with sorrow. We can't go back, can we? No, Caleb's voice is a low rumble, a mournful echo of truth. But we can move forward. Aisling draws the last card, her fingers trembling as she reveals the star. Hope. Its light fights against the encroaching darkness. It's not over, she breathes, eyes shining with unshed tears. We can heal. But the shadows linger, whispering secrets of the past, calling us back to the ghosts we tried to bury. The storm rages outside, a mirror to the turmoil within. Time stretches, spiraling into an abyss of uncertainty. Are we strong enough? I ask, my voice barely a whisper as the candle flickers perilously, its light a fragile promise against the dark. As the storm howls outside, the three of us sit in a circle, lost souls on the edge of understanding, caught in the grip of divination where fate and fear collide like thunder and lightning. The answers hover just beyond our reach, tantalizing yet terrifying. And as we face the mirror of our souls, we realize the journey has only just begun, each heartbeat a step forward into the unknown, each breath a prayer for the courage to confront the shadows that dance just out of sight. The clock ticks, heavy with an oppressive silence, each second echoing like the beating of a heart in a void. I stand in the dim light of a cramped room, my chest tight, eyes darting to shadows that twist and slink against the walls. I can't shake the feeling that the past is clawing at me, whispering lost truths and ancient sorrows. The scent of sage mingles with the musty air, a desperate attempt to mask the weight of history lingering like a ghost, heavy and unforgiving. Across the room, Ava kneels on the floor, her palms pressed against the worn carpet, a world of emotion radiating from her, grief, anger, a fierce determination that pierces the silence. Tears mix with sweat, her body trembling, not just with fear but with a fierce, unrelenting need to connect to something greater. She's searching for the spirits of her ancestors, yearning for guidance from the shadows of a lineage steeped in pain and resilience. Where are you? She cries, voice cracking, raw. Help me find my way. Then there's Malik, watching her from the corner, arms crossed, brows knotted in disbelief. His all skepticism and guarded wounds, his heart a fortress built from years of silence. You think they'll answer you, he scoffs, but as he watches her, something softens in his gaze, a flicker of longing. He remembers his grandmother's stories, the way she would sway and chant, drawing spirits from the winds while telling him of the world beyond the mundane. Malik can feel the tension building, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. I remember, Ava begins, a chant spilling from her lips, trembling and hesitant, but gaining strength. I remember the stories of the river, how it carries whispers of the past. She closes her eyes, lost in the rhythm of her voice, and Malik's heart breaks a little, the walls he built crumbling like ancient ruins. He wants to believe, to feel what she feels, but doubt gnaws at him, relentless and vicious. There's a pulse in the room, a heartbeat that thrums beneath their feet, a connection to something larger, ancestral memories that spill forth like water from a cracked dam. Ava's voice rises, a tempest of emotion, her energy electric. They suffered, she declares, but they also thrived. They knew the power of spirit. They knew how to heal. Each word is a defiance against the silence that has shrouded their existence, a rebellion against a history that has tried to erase them. Outside, the city breathes, a cacophony of noise and life, Yet here, in this small sanctuary, time warps, stretching and bending, the past colliding with the present. Malik shivers, caught somewhere between skepticism and yearning. What if they don't care? What if they've moved on, he whispers, his voice like a fragile thread, and the air thickens with the weight of his fear. Ava whirls, eyes blazing with intensity. No. It's a cry that slices through the tension. They care. They're here, in our blood. We're the echoes of their dreams, their suffering, their love. She stands, radiating a fierce light, and Malik can't look away, caught in the storm of her conviction, her belief shimmering like fragile glass, waiting to shatter or to illuminate. The walls pulse, shadows shift, and for a moment, the air crackles with a promise, the flicker of something sacred. Memories flood Malik's mind, images of his grandmother's hands, worn but steady, weaving stories like a master craftsman. The taste of fried plantains, the laughter ringing out against the backdrop of an evening sky painted in hues of longing and loss. He remembers, and it ignites a spark deep within him, a warmth that challenges the chill of doubt. I want to believe, he murmurs, almost to himself, but the words hang heavy, charged with possibility. Ava's gaze softens, and she steps forward, reaching for him, fingers brushing against skin, igniting something ancient and fierce. Then let's believe together, she urges, her voice a soft plea, a melody that lingers in the air, wrapping around them like a protective cloak. The clock ticks louder now, a metronome beating in sync with their hearts. Silence stretches, heavy with anticipation, and then it shatters, an otherworldly sound, a whisper, or perhaps a sigh, echoing through the room, and they freeze, eyes wide, breath held, as if the universe itself has conspired to answer. The air grows thick, charged with memories of those who came before, shadows swirling, and Malik feels it, a warmth, a rush of understanding. The pain, the joy, the legacy of their ancestors flooding through him, weaving threads of connection so strong, they might just hold the weight of the universe. I remember, he begins, voice stronger now, the words spilling out like water from a broken dam. I remember the drum beats, the way they called us home. Ava nods, tears glistening as they join him in this growing chorus, their voices merging, weaving a tapestry of resilience and strength. The walls tremble, shadows dance, and for a fleeting moment, the past and present collide, a shimmering thread connecting their souls to those who came before. They are not alone, they carry the weight of history, of ancestry, of dreams both lost and found. And just as the crescendo builds, the clock ticks, a reminder that time is a relentless beast, always moving, always consuming. But in this moment, they are bound together, hearts intertwined with the echoes of the past, the pulse of their shared spirit reverberating through the fabric of existence. Stay with me, Ava breathes, her voice trembling, and Malik nods, hope flickering like a candle in the wind, fragile yet unyielding. The shadows deepen, the air thick with promise, and the spirits whisper, beckoning them forward into an uncertain future, a future where every heartbeat is a connection, every breath a testament to the strength that flows through them, a strength rooted in a history that refuses to die. And as they stand, hands clasped, hearts pounding in unison, the journey has only just begun, the threads of their existence woven deeply into the tapestry of the cosmos, where the past and future collide in an eternal dance. The air is electric, thick with the scent of incense and the pounding drums that echo like a heartbeat, thrumming through the cobbled streets of the ancient city. Shadows dance in the flickering light of torches, and the night itself seems to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of something wild and beautiful. I stand in the midst of it all, feeling the pulse of the festival, the weight of the crowd pressing in, and yet, in the chaos, I feel utterly, achingly alone. I remember the moment before it all changed. Clara, her eyes wide with excitement, tugged at my sleeve, urging me to join the dance. "Come on, Theo. It's our night," she shouted, her voice a clear chime against the backdrop of chaos. But the laughter felt hollow in my chest, a distant echo of a joy I no longer believed I could feel. I stood there, paralyzed, as fleeting memories tugged at my mind, our summers spent in the sun, carefree and alive. I remember my laughter bubbling up like champagne, effervescent and uncontained. How did we get here? How did my heart become a stone, a burden I carried with me, heavy and cold? And then there was Elias, always in the background, his gaze fixed not on the festivities but on the shadows that crept along the edges, lurking like secrets he couldn't bear to confront. I could see the fear etched into his brow, the way his fingers clenched around the talisman he wore like armor. "This is just distraction," he muttered to no one in particular, his words lost in the cacophony around us. "They are hiding the truth behind masks." I remember how I wanted to shake him, to make him feel the joy that pulsed through the air, but his despair felt like a weight pulling me down. I was drowning, and no one even noticed. The music swelled, a surge of sound that wrapped around us, and Clara spun into the fray, her laughter breaking like waves against the shore of my sorrow. I watched her, mesmerized, as she twirled under the stars, a comet against the dark canvas of the night. But there was a darkness creeping in, a chill that slithered up my spine, whispering doubts in my ear. What was she celebrating? What were we all celebrating? The specters of the past clung to us like shadows, seeping into the joy, tainting it with bitterness. "Look, Theo!" Clara called, her voice slicing through my thoughts. "They're lighting the lanterns. It's the best part." I followed her gaze as dozens of lanterns ignited, flames flickering like trapped stars in the night sky. But I felt a clenching in my chest, a reminder that this light was temporary, fleeting. I remember what I wished for as I released my lantern, something profound, something beyond reach, as if the cosmos itself would answer. But the festival was not just a celebration, it was a confrontation with ghosts. Each flickering light reminded me of the absence, the unfilled spaces where laughter should resonate but instead echoed with silence. I could almost see them, my mother's smile, my father's disapproving frown, lingering in the corners of my mind, refusing to let go. They were here, too, in the quiet moments, watching without watching, judging without speaking. I remember how I wanted to scream, to collapse under the weight of their expectations, the unbearable pressure to smile and pretend that everything was all right. Then, the drums grew louder, a hypnotic rhythm that reverberated through my bones. Clara pulled me into the dance, her spirit infectious. I felt the crowd surge, a tide of bodies moving as one, but instead of losing myself, I felt more trapped than ever. I was a marionette, strings pulled tight, limbs moving against my will. Where was the freedom? Where was the release? The festival became an illusion, a mask hiding the truth that lay just beneath the surface. Elias stood at the edge, watching, the lines of worry etched deep across his face. "They'll come for us," he murmured, eyes darting to the shadows that flickered just beyond the light. "No one can celebrate while the specters linger." I wanted to scream back at him, to tell him that joy was our birthright, that we were alive, that we were here. But his fear was a contagion, and it seeped into my bones, wrapping me in a shroud of doubt. The night wore on, the laughter thrumming in my chest like a deceiving heartbeat. I remember Clara's eyes, filled with a wild spark that ignited something within me, a sliver of hope mingling with despair. But hope is a cruel mistress, teasing us with the promise of joy before stripping it away, leaving us bare and quaking in the dark. "Look at the sky!" Clara shouted, pointing at the constellations that blinked down, indifferent to our mortal struggles. "They're our ancestors, watching over us." Maybe she was right. Maybe they were watching, but I felt no comfort in their gaze. I remember wishing for a sign, a flicker of understanding to cut through the fear. But instead, the night closed in, thick with the weight of what was unsaid and unresolved. The drums reached a fever pitch, and I felt it. The moment of choice lay before me, a precipice I had to leap from, one foot anchored in fear, the other craving release. I could join Clara, lose myself in the rhythm, or I could stand still, a spectator in my own life. And then I saw it, the lantern swaying, flickering, caught in the breeze, and I knew. This was a ritual for the soul, a moment where we confront our ghosts, our fears, our desires. The confrontation loomed, the tension thick enough to slice. I felt it in the air, a premonition of what was to come. Would I rise, or would I fall? Would I allow fear to claim me, or would I step into the unknown? I remember taking a breath, feeling the weight of expectation lift ever so slightly. The night was alive, thrumming with possibilities, and I stood at the edge, ready to plunge into the abyss or soar into the light. And as the drums beat on, echoing through the streets, I realized, this was not just a festival, it was a battleground. A place where the rituals of our souls collided with the truths we dared not face. I felt my heart quicken, the dance of shadows and light swirling around us, pulling us closer to the unraveling that awaited, the confrontation that would shatter the still air and reveal the truth buried deep within. I was ready. The air was thick with smoke and the smell of burning leaves, the once vibrant forest now a tortured silhouette against a darkened sky. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat like a child frightened by shadows. The flames danced, flickering like the memories of a world that had forgotten how to breathe, how to thrive. I could hear the crackling as if the earth herself was screaming. I remember that moment, that frantic realization, it was not just trees that were dying, it was a part of my soul, too. Lara was beside me, trembling, tears streaming down her soot-streaked cheeks. Her hands were outstretched as if trying to grasp the life slipping through her fingers. "This can't be happening," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breeze. I could see the fight in her eyes, a wild mix of despair and rage. She had dedicated her life to protecting these woods, yet here they were, crumbling like ancient parchment, turning to ash before our very eyes. And then there was Jonah, standing a few feet away, a storm brewing behind his brow. His fists clenched and unclenched, muscles taut like the bowstring of a hunter about to release. "We have to do something," he shouted, each word laced with urgency and pain. He was a complicated mess, always torn between his corporate job and the pull of the earth beneath his feet. As he watched the flames consume the trees, I could see the pieces of him fracturing, splintering like the branches snapping under the weight of the inferno. I remember the way the smoke twisted in the air, curling like a forgotten memory. It reminded me of the stories my grandmother used to tell, tales of how the earth was once a living entity with a heart that beat beneath the soil. But now, that life was choking on its own despair, and I felt the weight of it settling in my chest, a heavy, suffocating grief that threatened to explode. Suddenly, I was transported to the past, the echoes of laughter from childhood summers, the way the sunlight filtered through leaves like golden rain. Mother Earth, we'd call her, as we splashed in streams, made crowns from wildflowers, our souls intertwined with the rhythm of nature. But those days felt like a distant dream now, fading faster than the flames could consume the forest floor. Lara stepped forward, her voice rising above the chaos. "We can't let this happen. We need to show them what they're destroying." She was fierce, a warrior of the woods, and in that moment, she embodied the spirit of the earth itself, defiant, raw, and unyielding. I admired her. Yet, I felt impotent, held back by my own doubts. What good was our voice against an onslaught of greed? I wanted to scream, to cry, to shake the heavens until they spilled out rain to extinguish the fire, but all I could do was stand there, fear clawing at my insides. Jonah took a step closer to Lara, his heart visibly splitting. "What do you want me to do?" His voice shook, and I saw a flicker of vulnerability that was almost heartbreaking. He wore the mask of an environmentalist but carried the weight of a businessman, caught in a battle that raged louder than any conflict he'd faced before. I could see the desperation in his eyes, the need to bridge two worlds that were tearing him apart. "Fight! We fight for the soul of the earth." Lara's voice rose like a phoenix, igniting a spark in us both. "We can't let them win." But the shadows whispered doubt, wrapping around my heart like a vice. What if our fight was in vain? What if we were just voices lost in the roar of machinery and money? The clock was ticking. I could feel the heartbeat of the planet racing, frantic and fragile. Time was slipping through my fingers, just like the ash from the charred forest floor that swirled in a haunting ballet around us. With a sudden burst of decision, Jonah stepped forward, his spirit ignited by Lara's fire. "Let's gather everyone," he said, urgency coursing through his veins. "Bring the community. Show them what they're losing." Each word ignited the air, sparking the embers of hope in my chest. I remember the way the sun dipped lower, casting eerie shadows that swallowed the ground whole. The weight of the moment pressed down upon us, thick and suffocating. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, a rhythmic reminder that we were alive, that we were here, standing on sacred ground. And then it hit me, the realization that the soul of Mother Earth was not just a concept, but a tangible force, begging for recognition. Her cries for help were woven into the very fabric of our being. I felt raw, exposed, stripped of my fears, standing not just for ourselves but for every life that had ever breathed within those woods. Together, I whispered, the word spilling like a prayer. Together, we can rise. As we linked hands, forming a fragile chain of humanity amidst the chaos, the fire crackled louder, an ominous heartbeat echoing our own. The shadows loomed, dark and restless, as if anticipating our next move. I felt the pull of the earth beneath my feet, a connection that surged through my veins. The air vibrated with possibilities, hope and despair intertwined, chaos and strength coalescing in a single moment. In that instant, my spirit soared, entwined with the pulse of Mother Earth, igniting an unquenchable flame within me. And so we stood, three souls against a backdrop of raging fire, love and loss melding into one. I could feel history whispering in the air, urging us forward, into the unknown. The world was a canvas of anguish and beauty, and we were the brushstrokes, ready to paint a different reality. But the battle had only begun, and the shadows stretched long, the clock ticking relentlessly toward a confrontation that loomed like a storm on the horizon. I remember the electricity in the air, the tension melding with the smoke, a promise lingering just out of reach. The sirens wailed through the night, a wretched symphony that echoed off concrete canyons. A woman stood at the edge of a crumbling rooftop, the city sprawled beneath her, a chaotic grid of flickering lights and shadows darker than sin. Her heart raced, each thump a drumbeat of despair, caught between the weight of the world and the pull of freedom. She was thinking of Marcus, of his laughter that felt like sunlight breaking through the grey. She could almost hear him say, "You can't let the city swallow you whole." But here she was, teetering on the brink, the air thick with the smell of rain and regret. I remember the first time I felt it, the pulse of the city, she whispered, her voice swallowed by the wind. It pulled me in, wrapped around my bones like a lover who never let go. The chill of the night seeped into her skin, a reminder of the warmth she'd lost. Was that the city breathing, or was it the ghost of Marcus? She missed him fiercely, missed the way he filled the cracks in her spirit with dreams and hope. This was not how the story was supposed to end. Across town, in a cramped apartment barely lit by the flicker of a dying bulb, Sam paced like a caged animal, anxiety clawing at his insides. The news blared, a cacophony of chaos that mirrored his thoughts. Urban decay, spiritual desolation, the anchor's voice crackled through the speakers. He turned it off, the silence screaming louder than any headline. "What do they know?" he muttered, gripping the edges of the table, knuckles white, heart pounding like a war drum. "They don't see us. They don't feel us." He was lost, trapped in this urban labyrinth where dreams went to die, where the sidewalks whispered secrets he couldn't understand. I remember the first time I stepped into the park, he thought, the way the trees seemed to breathe, the way the sunlight danced on the leaves. But that was before the city became a graveyard of aspirations, where hope rotted like forgotten fruit. He could feel the emptiness gnawing at him, a darkness that seeped into his bones. He needed to find Claire, needed her light to pierce through the fog of despair. But how could he reach her when the very city that bound them together also threatened to tear them apart? The moon cast a silvery sheen across the rooftops as Claire closed her eyes, letting the tears flow freely like a river of longing. She could almost feel Marcus's presence behind her, urging her to step back from the edge. "What would you do?" she whispered to the void. "What would you say?" But the only response was the haunting echo of her own voice, ricocheting off the memories that clung to her like ghosts. She felt his hand squeeze hers, the warmth of his touch a distant memory, a flicker of a flame nearly snuffed out. Marcus had been a spark in the suffocating darkness of her life. "You were my light, but I'm lost without you," she murmured to the city, her confessor, her betrayer. She could see him laughing, see the way his eyes lit up when he spoke of the cosmos, of stars that whispered secrets and dreams that felt both fragile and eternal. They had imagined a life away from the noise, a sanctuary carved from the chaos. And now, the shadows clung to her, suffocating her spirit. "Why did you leave?" she screamed into the night, the wind swallowing her words like a thief stealing hope. But the city remained indifferent, a cold observer to her pain. How could she mourn him when the world kept spinning, when the people below rushed about, oblivious to the ghosts that haunted her heart. And there was Sam, a kindred spirit, lost in the same labyrinth of despair. They were two souls navigating the wreckage of a broken city, searching for pieces of themselves among the debris. He stepped into the park, breathless, searching for the solace of the trees that had once cradled their laughter. The shadows loomed large, twisting and turning, whispering secrets that felt both ominous and inviting. I remember the laughter, he thought, the memory hitting him like a wave, the weight of loss crashing over him. Claire was always the sunflower, bright and fierce against the grey. His heart ached for her, for the light she carried that flickered like a dying star. If he could just find her, whisper the words that could heal their fractured souls, maybe, just maybe, they could reclaim the fragments of their dreams. They were both caught in the throes of a city that didn't care, each heartbeat a reminder of the chaos that surrounded them. But in the depths of that chaos, in the shadows that twisted like serpents, there was a flicker of something more. The city was alive, a pulsing entity that felt their pain, their love, their despair. Every corner holds a secret, Claire thought, stepping back from the edge, the pulse of the city vibrating beneath her feet. She could almost hear Marcus's laughter in the rustle of the leaves, the whisper of the wind. I need to find Sam. I need to find a way out of this darkness. And as the night deepened, as the sirens faded into the distance, two lost souls drifted closer, drawn together by the gravity of their shared sorrow. They would find each other again, in this fractured city, amidst the ghosts of their past and the promise of something more. The journey was not over, it had just begun. The room pulsed with tension, shadows dancing on the walls like restless spirits. A lone candle flickered, casting an eerie glow on the faces gathered. Each person wore the weight of the world, the air thick with unspoken fears and desperate hopes. Shania held her breath, the air in her lungs stinging like memories long buried. Her eyes, wide and haunted, searched for solace in the faces of her ancestors, now mere echoes in time. The old wooden floor creaked beneath the weight of their collective grief, a symphony of pain and resilience. I remember my grandmother's stories, woven with the threads of every struggle she faced. Her voice echoed through my mind, a haunting melody that begged for recognition. We are the legacies, she would say, the bloodline stretching across oceans and centuries. That night, I felt her presence, a warm embrace amidst the chaos, yet the absence of her laughter sliced like a knife. The spirit of our ancestors surged through me, an electric current, a reminder of the battles fought, of the prayers whispered in the dark corners of history. Across the room stood Malik, his fists clenched, a storm brewing in his chest. He had spent years wandering the streets of a city that mirrored his turmoil, bright lights, dark alleys, a cacophony of cultures colliding. Each night, he sought answers in the rhythm of drums and the pulse of the earth, but tonight was different. Tonight, he stood on the precipice of a choice that could shatter or liberate him. We can't go back, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, but what if we can change what's ahead? The doubt hung heavy, a pendulum swinging between hope and despair. And then there was Rosa, her heart a fragile bird trapped in a cage of expectations. She had always felt the weight of her lineage, a line stretching back to those who sang songs of freedom while shackled in chains. Are we cursed to repeat their pain? She cried, tears shimmering in the candlelight. Her anguish resonated within me, a primal scream that echoed in the chambers of my soul. I understood. I felt it, too, the suffocating pressure of heritage, the longing to carve a new path while tethered to the past. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, counting down the moments until we faced something monumental. Each tick reverberated through the room, a clockwork heartbeat echoing our uncertainties. Outside, the city breathed and throbbed, alive with the ghosts of those who came before us. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient wisdom carried forth on the wind, urging us to rise, to reclaim. Do you feel it? Malik asked, his voice slicing through the thick silence. The fire that ignites our spirits? It's all around us. His eyes blazed with a fervor that threatened to consume him. I watched as he leaned into the shadows, his body taut like a bowstring ready to snap. What he saw, I could not yet grasp, but I felt the tremors of his conviction shaking the very foundations of my doubt. We convened in that sacred space, a convergence of our individual struggles and collective histories. The drumbeats of ancestors pulsed through the air, the call of the African diaspora echoing in our veins. Each thump resonated with the stories of exile and resilience, spirits who danced in the face of darkness, who mold hope from despair. I could almost see them, ghostly figures swaying, their movements a testament to survival. "Tonight, we honor them," Rosa whispered, her voice barely carrying above the heartbeat of the drum. "We bring their legacy into the light." I nodded, feeling the weight of our shared purpose settle over us like a shroud, binding us in an unbreakable bond. The air crackled with electricity, a palpable force that urged us to rise, to confront the shadows that clung to us like cobwebs. And just as the climax loomed, an unsettling silence fell. The candlelight flickered ominously, casting grotesque shadows that danced with malevolence. Panic surged through me, gripping my throat, as if the very walls conspired to swallow us whole. "What if we're wrong?" I stammered, my voice quivering with an unspeakable fear. The thought clawed at my insides. What if our ancestors didn't want to be remembered? What if they wished to remain in the silence of their suffering? But then Malik, fierce and unwavering, stepped forward, his silhouette a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "No more silence," he shouted, his voice a clarion call that shattered the stillness. "We refuse to let our pain fester in the shadows. We are the voices they left behind." Every heartbeat echoed in unison, a rallying cry that stirred something deep within me. The fear, once all-consuming, morphed into a wild, raucous energy that surged through our gathering, igniting the possibility of change. As the night wore on and the drums thudded like the heartbeat of the earth, we began to weave our stories into a tapestry of transformation. The walls vibrated with our emotions, and the ghosts of our ancestry wove in and out of our consciousness, guiding us like stars in the obsidian sky. We danced with the spirits, shedding our doubts and fears like the autumn leaves falling from the trees, each step a declaration of existence, each shout a tribute to the unbroken chain of survival. In that moment, I realized we were not just honoring our past. We were igniting a flame that would light the path for those yet to come. Shadows whispered around us, but they no longer held us captive. We were the legacy, a new generation rising from the ashes, refusing to be silenced. Together, Rosa murmured, her voice trembling with conviction, "We will forge a future steeped in truth." And as we raised our voices in a chorus, I felt the very cosmos shift. Time stretched and warped, and the clock ceased its relentless ticking. We were suspended in a moment of unity, bound by the timeless threads of our ancestors and the unyielding hope of what was yet to come. And just then, as the night deepened and the city pulsed outside, I could sense our stories reaching far beyond that room, into the hearts of those across the globe, echoing across oceans, igniting the embers of forgotten spirits. A legacy reborn. The shadows danced, and we danced with them, the rhythm of our existence a testament to the power embedded in our souls. The night was alive, and we were its heartbeat. The clock struck midnight. Chills crawled up my spine as shadows danced across the walls of the dimly lit room, a flickering candle casting ghostly shapes that whispered of secrets. I was not alone. Across from me sat Sarah, her eyes wide and vulnerable, like the vastness of a starless sky, burdened with unspoken fears. The air hummed with tension, thick enough to swallow us whole. Then there was Jacob, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles turned white, fear and anger swirling in an unholy union within him. He was a storm, and we were the Aiye caught in the chaos, yet eerily calm. I remember, Sarah's voice trembled, breaking the suffocating silence, the night the dream started. Her words hung like the heavy scent of rain on concrete. They felt like a confession, a shard of glass piercing through our shared darkness. They were vivid, electric. I would wake up gasping, feeling as if I had brushed against something ancient and powerful. But I was not safe. I was never safe. Her hand shook as she reached for her cup, the porcelain rattling against the table as if echoing her turmoil. Jacob's gaze cut through the air, piercing and accusatory. "You think this is a game? Playing with forces you don't understand? You're inviting shadows into your life, Sarah." His voice was a jagged edge, each syllable sharp enough to draw blood. "I know," she said softly, the weight of his words crashing down on her like a tidal wave. "But what if the shadows hold the truth? What if they're the only ones who understand? A tear slipped down her cheek, glistening like a fallen star, and I felt it, an ache in my chest, a reminder of my own haunted past. In that moment, I understood. The clock hadn't just marked the hour, it had ticked away our innocence. We were three souls locked in a battle against our own demons, grappling with the unknown that clawed at our sanity. I remember my own ghosts, the memories dancing in the periphery, taunting me with their familiarity. The abandonment, the choices that felt like chains around my ankle, dragging me deeper into despair. "Jacob," I whispered, forcing him to turn his fury toward me. "What about you? What are you so afraid of?" The question hung in the air, heavy with expectation. He shifted, the fire in his eyes flickering. "I'm afraid of her becoming something I can't save," he confessed, a crack opening in the fortress he had built around himself. "Of losing her to the darkness. I can't stand the thought of her being consumed by it. I'm tired of fighting." And there it was, the raw truth laid bare, bleeding into our fragile space. I saw it all, the fear of helplessness, the burden of love that felt like a noose. The kind of love that could choke the life out of you while promising salvation. Sarah's breath caught, tears pooling in her eyes. "But what if I meant to embrace the darkness?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if the words themselves were afraid of being spoken. "What if it's a part of me? Like the night sky that cradles the stars? Isn't it beautiful, too?" But the night sky was not beautiful to Jacob. It was a void, swallowing hope and leaving only despair in its wake. I felt the tension crackle, invisible forces pulling us closer to an edge we were all too afraid to confront. Suddenly, the room felt smaller, the air thicker. I could almost hear the pulse of the universe, time ticking away like the beat of a frantic heart. Each tick was a reminder that we were running out of moments, out of chances to confront our truths. I remember the last time I tried to confront my shadows. I spoke, my voice raw and trembling with the weight of the memory. It was late at night, just like this. I thought I could face them, but they consumed me. I lost myself in a maze of regrets and fears. I held their gaze, knowing the abyss I was asking them to peer into. Jacob's face paled, and for a moment, I saw the child he used to be, a boy hiding from monsters under the bed, believing that if he was quiet enough, they wouldn't find him. "Don't say that. Don't you dare say that." "Why not?" I shot back, the fire igniting within me. "Because I'm not afraid of the dark anymore. I've danced with it, and I'm still here. Why can't you both see that it's okay to embrace the chaos?" Sarah's eyes flickered with understanding, a glimmer of hope mixing with despair. "But what if," she paused, biting her lip, "what if the chaos is all there is? What if it swallows us whole?" "Then we fight back," I said, feeling the word surge through me, a fierce anthem against the encroaching shadows. "We carve out our own light, even in the darkest of nights." Jacob took a deep breath, the storm inside him steadying, and I saw the conflict warring within him, a desire to protect, to fight, and a reluctant acceptance of their dark journey. "You're both insane," he muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. The shadows lengthened, curling around the edges of our reality, but now they felt less threatening. In that cramped room, we were no longer three scared souls grappling with our fears. We were warriors, bound by our stories, raw and unfiltered. I remember the way our hearts beat as one, the three of us on the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. The world outside faded to a whisper, and for the first time, we stood together, ready to confront the void. The wind howled outside, a haunting lullaby for restless souls, yet inside, there was an unshakable sense of resilience. We were all trapped in our own spirals of despair, yet faced with the vastness of the universe, we began to see our soul journeys not as solitary paths, but as interconnected threads woven through the very fabric of existence. The clock continued to tick, the shadows continued to dance, and there was no end in sight, only an endless loop of our shared fears and hopes, spiraling into eternity. The air crackled with tension, a live wire straining against the weight of silence as the city held its breath. Rain fell in sheets, each drop a ghost whispering against cracked pavement, as if the world were crying for what it had lost. I stood there, heart pounding in my ears, staring at the figure sprawled on the ground, my brother, Daniel, a shattered reflection of the boy who once danced through the hallways, laughter spilling from his lips like sunlight. Now, he lay motionless, a marionette with severed strings, and the night closed in like a shroud. I remember the warmth of his hand in mine, the way it felt to be invincible together, fueled by the wild dreams of youth. But dreams fade, and the truth bites with jagged teeth. My hands trembled as I knelt beside him, splashes of rain mingling with the pooling darkness around him, the world a canvas smeared with horror. It felt surreal, like a nightmare thick with shadows, where the line between body and spirit blurred, where pain transcended the physical and seeped into the very essence of who we are. Daniel, I choked out, my voice a broken thread, each syllable a prayer wrapped in desperation. But there was no answer, only the echo of my own heartbeat, drumming a mournful rhythm in the stillness. The weight of his absence slammed into me like a freight train, and I was drowning, sinking into a void where nothing made sense anymore. The shadows twisted around me, dark fingers pulling at my mind, memories flashing like a strobe light. I saw him there, his eyes alive with mischief, challenging the cosmos with a reckless grin. But that boy was gone, shattered under the weight of the world's indifference, and here I was, a wretched witness to the decay of hope. Across the street, the city pulsed, a living, breathing entity, oblivious to my agony. People rushed by, wrapped in their own chaos, their own battles, their own heartaches. I was invisible, a ghost lingering in the peripheries of existence, suffocated by the overwhelming sense of futility. What was the body without the spirit? A husk, a vessel adrift in a sea of desolation. And then came Lily, a tempest wrapped in vulnerability, her heart heavy with her own burdens. I remembered the way her laughter could shatter the thickest gloom, how her presence felt like sunlight breaking through a storm. Yet, she too bore scars, each one a testament to battles fought in the depths of night. She approached, her movements fluid yet faltering, as if the air itself thickened with dread. "Is he?" Her voice trembled, a mere whisper against the cacophony of the storm. I couldn't bear to meet her gaze, couldn't face the reflection of my own despair mirrored in her eyes. "He's gone." The words tore from my throat, raw and jagged, tasting of salt and fear. The truth was a knife twisting deeper, and I watched as her spirit flickered in that moment, dimming ever so slightly under the weight of grief. "What happened?" she murmured. Her hands, delicate and trembling, reached for me, and for a heartbeat, I felt the world pause, a fragile connection amidst the chaos, a physicality so profound it transcended the pain. "Everything," I whispered, and the word hung in the air, a palpable truth, heavy with the weight of lost possibilities. I remember the dreams we had shared, the plans etched in the stars, all now swallowed by the dark abyss. Suddenly, the night erupted, sirens wailing like banshees, slicing through the stillness as paramedics swarmed the scene. I felt the rush of adrenaline, but also the suffocating despair. The body, the remains of my brother, was nothing more than flesh, yet it felt like the very essence of our shared history. I could see Lily's eyes glistening, her spirit wrestling with the reality of it all. We stood together, two broken souls tethered by anguish, and I thought of the body, how it bore our stories, our hurts, our laughter and our love. I shook with the weight of it, the incongruity of existence, the rawness of humanity exposed. What was the role of the body in the grand tapestry of life? A vessel, yes, but also a battleground, a place where spirit and flesh collided in a dance of joy and pain, weaving the narrative of who we are. "Do you believe in ghosts?" I asked suddenly, my voice trembling with an edge of madness. "In memories that linger like shadows, refusing to leave." Lily's eyes widened, reflecting the storm swirling in her heart. "I do. I feel them in every heartbeat, in every breath," she replied, her voice a fragile thread, steadying against the tempest. "They haunt us, but they also remind us of what we've lost, of what we need to fight for." I felt her words wrap around me, a lifeline in the churning chaos. The city continued to pulse, indifferent to our suffering, but within us burned a flicker of defiance. I remembered the countless moments, the laughter, the shared dreams, the love that transcended flesh. The rain mixed with our tears, a baptism of sorts, washing away the remnants of innocence. The paramedics moved like phantoms, and I felt the world spinning, time unraveling, moments stretching into infinity. Each breath became a prayer, each heartbeat a reminder that we were still alive, still fighting, even as Daniel lay cold and still. In that moment, I grasped Lily's hand tightly, our fingers interlocking, a silent agreement to carry the weight together. We were physical beings, yes, but we were also ethereal, each heartbeat a testament to our existence, each breath a reminder that life, in all its brutality and beauty, was worth fighting for. The shadows loomed, but we would not be consumed. We would rise, we had to. The storm raged on, the city a cacophony of life and death, and as we stood there, bodies trembling, emotions raw and exposed, I knew this was not the end. It was merely a beginning, an unbreakable thread woven into the fabric of our existence, a promise that even in the darkest of nights, the light of our spirits would find a way to shine through. A heartbeat echoed in the stillness of the darkened room, the sound reverberating like a war drum, a call to arms against the invisible enemy lurking in the shadows. Mia's hands trembled as she gripped the edge of the wooden table, her knuckles whitening under the strain. She stared at her mother, who lay there, a fragile figure swallowed by blankets, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shadows over her face. It felt surreal, a nightmare birthed from the depths of her soul, and yet here it was, breathing and gasping in front of her. "I can't lose you, Mom," Mia whispered, the words barely escaping her throat, thick with fear and desperation. She remembered the stories, the ancient remedies passed down like sacred artifacts, whispers of herbal infusions and healing chants filling her childhood. But here in this moment, the weight of Western medicine loomed large, a sterile world of hospitals, diagnoses, and clinical detachment. "Trust the medicine," her mother murmured, each word a struggle, a fading star in a night sky slowly collapsing. "But you must believe." Mia's heart raced, pounding against her ribcage as she looked at the foredrip, the lifeline tethered to her mother. A lifeline that felt more like a chain. The sleek plastic, the cold metal, it all felt so wrong. She yearned for the warmth of the earth, the smell of sage smoldering in the air, the vibrant colors of healing tinctures swirling in glass jars. Yet, the modern world demanded proof, demanded science, demanding her faith in something that felt alien to her very core. Suddenly, the door swung open, and in strode Dr. Harris, an imposing figure clad in crisp white, the epitome of efficiency. His eyes, sharp and calculating, flicked to Mia, then returned to her mother, scanning the person before him as if she were a specimen under a microscope, dissecting her illness with his gaze. "We need to adjust her medication," he stated, voice booming with authority, devoid of the tenderness Mia craved. "She doesn't want it," Mia shot back, defiance sparking in her chest like a firework. "She wants something else. She believes, belief won't save her," he interjected, and for a moment, the air thickened with tension. "We're fighting for her life, not her fantasies." Mia recoiled, the betrayal slicing through her like a shattering glass. "You don't understand," she breathed, stepping back, feeling the weight of her lineage pressing against her. Her grandmother's face danced in her memory, the old woman's hands deftly weaving herbs into potions, words of wisdom spilling from cracked lips. "What if the medicine you're pushing is killing her?" "Traditional methods take time," Dr. Harris replied, his tone clipped, icy. "Time she doesn't have." The shadows breathed around them, and Mia's mind raced. She thought of the winter nights spent beside that small, flickering flame, her grandmother teaching her the ways of the earth. I remember the stories of the old ways, the rituals," she murmured. "The energy of the universe, it's not enough," he shouted, the room trembling with his urgency. "You have to face reality. This is not a fairy tale. This is life and death." A shudder ran through Mia, a grief deeper than the ocean, pulling her under, drowning her in despair. "And what if your reality is a trap, a cage?" she whispered, eyes blazing with defiance, heart racing with a frantic rhythm. "What if the truth is in the soil? In the roots that run deeper than the surface?" And there, in that electric moment, a ghost of doubt flickered behind Dr. Harris' composed facade. Just for a heartbeat, a crack in his armor revealed a glimpse of uncertainty, a shadow of questioning. But then it vanished, and he straightened, a sentinel guarding the kingdom of science, donned in armor forged from degrees and protocols. "We can't mix and match. It's dangerous. But what was more dangerous, the fear of the unknown or the suffocating grip of certainty? Mia felt the walls closing in, her mother's frail form caught between worlds, a bird trapped in a storm, wings clipped by both tradition and progress. I remember, the words fell from her lips like a desperate prayer, a chant against the encroaching darkness. I remember the light that came from the earth, the power of healing in the hands of those who believed. Dr. Harris's eyes gleamed with frustration, but beneath it was something else, a flicker of doubt, a whisper of curiosity. And when has belief ever cured an illness, he challenged, but the question hung in the air like a question mark, a riddle waiting to be unraveled. Mia stepped closer, heart racing with a wild rhythm, pushing against the hard surface of logic and reason. When has it ever failed? When has love and hope not ignited a spark? She felt the energy shift, vibrating in her bones, rising from her heart, a primal scream against the cold, unyielding hand of science. A moment stretched, elastic and fraught with tension, where the lines blurred between the two worlds, each filled with its own kind of pain and promise. As Mia took a deep breath, she could feel the earth below her, the generations that had come before, their spirits entwined with hers, a tapestry woven of hope and despair, of healing and heartache. And then it hit her like an avalanche, a realization so profound that it nearly knocked the air from her lungs. Healing was not a single path, it was a labyrinth, an infinite weave of tradition and modernity, of faith and science. Maybe, she said, her voice steadier now, maybe we can find a way to blend them. To meet in the middle. There's strength in both. Dr. Harris's gaze softened, a glimmer of respect fizzling in the air, but Mia felt the tension still ripple around them like a storm brewing on the horizon. We can't change the world overnight, he murmured, more to himself than to her, but there was a hint of something in his voice, a crack in his resolve. Then let's start with my mother, Mia breathed, the urgency of the moment rushing through her veins. Let's find a way to bring the old and the new together. Let's heal her soul. And as silence enveloped the room, Mia's heart thundered, a warrior's call echoing in the stillness, the air heavy with the weight of possibility. The clock ticked in the background, a rhythm marking time, and she knew they stood on the precipice, staring into the abyss of healing, where tradition met science, belief kissed reality, and souls cried out for salvation. In that moment, hope flickered like a candle in the dark, fragile yet fierce, and the journey toward healing began. The bells clanged in the stillness of the night, a cacophony that sliced through the air like a blade. Each toll echoed with urgency, vibrating through the cobblestone streets, summoning the lost souls of the city. I stood there, breathless, caught between shadows that lunged and recoiled, like ghosts taunting me with the memories of my own heart. The moon hung low, a ghastly eye, and beneath its pallid gaze, I felt the weight of despair coiling around me like a serpent. I remember the taste of fear, sharp and metallic, echoing in my throat. Then there was Clara, eyes wide with terror, the light in her soul flickering like a candle in a storm. Her hands trembled, ink-stained from the canvases that had become her refuge, a battleground where she fought to capture the fleeting whispers of her existence. They're coming for it, she whispered, voice quaking, the painting, it holds the truth. The truth. A word so heavy it could crush mountains, so fragile it could dissolve in the sun. She clutched that canvas to her chest, as though it were a living thing, a part of her soul, ready to be ripped away. And then there was Felix, the artist who had turned the world into a palette of chaos and beauty. He stood at a distance, his expression a storm of anguish and defiance, fingers stained with colors that screamed of life and decay. They don't understand, he growled, a snarl lurking beneath his breath. Symbols, Clara. They are our voices when we're too broken to speak. His hands moved wildly, as if he could weave the air itself into a tapestry of meaning. But I could see the cracks in his bravado, the way his eyes flickered with doubt, like flames about to be snuffed out. The air vibrated with tension, thick as fog, and the night itself seemed to lean in, straining to listen. I remember the whispers of the city, the pulse of its heart, a reminder that even in darkness, light could seep through in unexpected ways. Shadows danced across the walls, reminiscent of our own fears, our own fragile souls grappling with the enormous void of existence. Clara's breath hitched as she glanced toward the horizon, where the city skyline bore the weight of 1,000 dreams and 1,000,000 nightmares. Art, she said, voice barely above a whisper, is the language of the soul. It's how we scream without sound. Her gaze pierced through the darkness, searching for something she couldn't quite grasp. I watched her, the flicker of hope glimmering in her eyes amidst the despair. She was an embodiment of resilience, fragile yet unyielding. It was almost beautiful, the way her spirit clung to the remnants of fight, the remnants of faith. Felix took a step closer, the anger boiling beneath his skin. But what if they silence us? What if they take away the symbols we've crafted to express our truth? His voice cracked, an earthquake of emotion that threatened to swallow him whole. The urgency in his tone sparked something deep within me, the fear of losing not just our art, but our very souls. I remember the sudden stillness that followed, the way the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable storm. The shadows morphed into figures, thin and elongated, creeping closer, cloaked in the darkness of our insecurities. They were the ghosts of our past decisions, the phantoms of aspirations long buried. Clara's trembling fingers clutched the canvas tighter, as though it could shield her from the impending crash of reality. "Look," she gasped, pointing at a mural on the wall, the image of a broken clock, its hands frozen in time. "It represents our fear of being lost, of time slipping away." Tears glistened in her eyes, reflections of the turbulent emotions that churned within. It's a reminder that even as we stand on the edge of oblivion, we have the power to create meaning. I could feel the weight of her words pushing against the walls of the night. Symbols littered the landscape like fallen stars, each one whispering a story of its own. Art was alive, breathing, pulsing with a ferocity that echoed our own struggles, our own desires. There was something sacred in that realization, a connection that transcended the boundaries of flesh and bone. The darkness, however, was relentless, closing in, suffocating. I could hear the distant sound of footsteps, the approach of those who sought to snuff out our voices. "We have to go," I urged, adrenaline surging through my veins. "We can't let them destroy what we've created." But Clara stood her ground, fierce and unyielding. "No. This is our moment. To stand and fight, to make them see." The fire in her spirit sparked something within me, a flicker of defiance against the darkness. I was reminded of countless artists across history, those who had bared their souls to the world, their symbols becoming shields against the onslaught of silence. Felix joined her, his eyes alight with determination. "We'll paint our truths among the ruins," he declared, voice a roar against the encroaching shadows. "They can take our freedom, but they can't take our voices." I felt the heat of their conviction, wrapping around me like a cloak. Together, we stood against the tide, united in our fear and fury. The night crackled with intensity, a tapestry of emotions woven through the air, fear, hope, desperation, resilience. I could feel the heartbeat of the city pulsing around us, as if urging us to create, to resist, to scream until our voices shattered the darkness. And in that moment, under the cold gaze of the moon, we became more than just artists, we became symbols of defiance, vessels of the soul. I remember the weight of the canvas in my hands, the brush trembling against my skin, ready to spill the colors of my truth onto a world that yearned for light. Each stroke would be a manifesto, a reminder that even in despair, the spirit would rise, and from the ashes of fear, we would create our own symphony. The city held its breath, as did we, waiting for the inevitable, the confrontation that would either silence us or set us free. The storm was coming, and we were ready to confront it, united in our struggle, each heartbeat resonating with the promise that our symbols, our art, would endure. The forest whispered secrets that night, shadows twisting like fingers reaching for the truth. I stood there, heart pounding, the air thick with tension. "You think the soul can exist without the body?" I heard her voice, soft yet slicing through the cacophony of cicadas. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb, illuminating her face, tear-streaked, wild-eyed, a haunting beauty framed by the gnarled branches. It was a question that demanded gravity, yet floated like an unanswered prayer into the starlit abyss. Amora was always the anchor, the one who reminded me we were flesh and spirit entwined. But that night, amidst the rustling leaves, doubt slithered through my mind like a snake ready to strike. I could see it in her eyes, a maelstrom of fear and defiance. "This is more than just life or death, Safu. It's about who we are. I could almost taste her dread, salty and sharp on my tongue. We were standing on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The village spoke in hushed tones about the ancestors, about the way their spirits lingered, refusing to let go. It was a sacred dance between body and soul, and I felt like a marionette trapped in a tragedy. That morning, the heavy scent of earth after rain clung to my skin. I remember the rituals. The rhythmic drumming that echoed in my bones, calling forth ancestors both revered and feared. Each beat was a heartbeat, the heart of the village, the heart of the earth. We painted our faces in the colors of the earth, a vibrant tapestry of life and death. They say colors have meanings, hold power. Red for blood, green for life, black for the unknown. I wore them all, but I felt none of their strength. My identity slipped away like water through fingers, evaporating into the humid night. Why are you afraid? Amora's voice cut through my reverie. This is our destiny. Her words, laced with conviction, clawed at my insides. I wanted to scream that we weren't just actors in a play, this was our reality, raw and jagged. I was haunted by the echoes of our ancestors, their whispers brushing against my skin, relentless in their pursuit of understanding. We were two souls, caught in the throes of existence, one questioning the very fabric of our beings, the other searching for answers in the silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. A sudden rustle in the underbrush sent a shiver racing down my spine. Did you hear that? I whispered, voice trembling like a candle's flame in a storm. Shadows danced, and I could almost see the spirits swirling around us, laughing at our fear. They watch us, Amora breathed, eyes wide. They want us to understand. But understand what? I felt a weight pressing down on my chest, a reminder of the duality that plagued us, two halves of the same coin, body and soul, wrestling for dominance. Every heartbeat echoed within me, screaming for resolution, yet all I could do was stand still, paralyzed by indecision. The night deepened around us, a cloak of mystery that suffocated and exhilarated. I remembered stories told by the fire, of warriors who danced with their shadows, of lovers entwined in the embrace of mortality. Their laughter resonated through time, yet here we were, two lost souls grappling with our own existence, struggling against the darkness. I remember, I murmured, the tales of the ancients. They say the body is just a vessel, but what happens when the vessel breaks? My hands trembled, fingers flexing as if trying to grasp the answer that eluded me. Amora took a step closer, her breath mingling with mine, warm and intoxicating. Then the soul is set free. It roams the earth, connects with the living, guides them. Her voice was a melody rising above the chaos, yet it resonated with an ache that burrowed deep in my chest. But freedom comes with a price. I could feel the weight of the ancestors pressing into my skin like an unbearable burden. I was afraid. Not of death, but of being forgotten, of my soul drifting endlessly in a void, unanchored and lost. Will you remember me? I asked, the words slipping out before I could swallow them back. Forever, Amora promised, and her eyes burned with fierce determination. Even when time forgets, we will remain. And in that moment, I wanted to believe her, wanted to embrace the duality that was us, the carnal and spiritual, the living and the spectral. But shadows began to twist, darkening the edges of our reality. The air thickened, heavy with a sense of foreboding. I could sense the spirits closing in, their energy crackling like a live wire, demanding attention. Listen, I said, voice raw, they want us to choose. A sudden gust of wind howled through the trees, the spirits swirling around us, as if urging us toward the precipice of decision. The world around shifted, bending, warping, and I could see it in her eyes, the struggle, the fear, the hope. Amora, I choked, what if we can't reconcile this? With a fierce resolve, she grabbed my hand, her grip firm and unyielding. Then we fight. We fight the darkness together. And as we stood there, two souls entangled against the backdrop of the night, I could feel the pulse of the universe thrumming beneath our feet, a reminder that life was a cycle, a dance between body and soul, ever entwined, never letting go. Time stretched and folded around us, a haunting melody echoing through eternity. The clock of existence ticked on, and somewhere in the depths of the forest, a war raged between the living and the lost. Shadows flickered, and as we stood on the brink, I knew this was only the beginning. The clock ticked relentlessly in the dim light of the kitchen, each second like a hammer striking a nail into the wood of silence, puncturing the air with an urgency that clenched at the heart. Outside, the city hummed, a cacophony of engines and distant voices, but within these walls, it was as if time had stopped, holding its breath. A burst of laughter from the street below, a reminder of a world that moved on, unburdened by the weight of internal strife. But here, in this small, claustrophobic space, the air was thick, heavy with the unspoken. I stood there, staring at the cracked linoleum floor, memory swirling around my feet like autumn leaves caught in a whirlpool. I remember the smell of burnt toast, the bitter taste of disappointment thick in my mouth. I remember the way Mark's eyes had flashed something between anger and desperation. He was a storm, wild, unpredictable, and I, a ship caught in his tempest. I remember him gripping the edge of the table, knuckles white, the muscles in his jaw flexing in a silent battle. "You don't understand," he had said, his voice a low growl. "You can't understand what it's like to feel this lost." But I understood. Oh, how I understood. In the very marrow of my bones, I felt the gnawing fear of modernity, the way it devoured dreams, left them gasping for breath in the harsh light of reality. The screen that glowed in the corner of the room was a portal, yes, but it was also a prison. Every notification that pinged against the silence felt like a reminder of everything I wasn't, a grain of sand slipping through my fingers. And then there was Aiye, the vibrant thread woven through the fabric of our lives, her laughter like sunlight breaking through clouds. But that laughter had dimmed, overshadowed by the weight of expectations. I could hear her voice, a whisper from the past, "We're supposed to be happy, right? Isn't that what they say?" But happiness felt like a cruel joke. It was a spectre that haunted her, just as it haunted me. I remember the day she stood in front of the mirror, her hands trembling as she applied the slightest touch of makeup, trying to paint over the cracks in her soul. "I want to feel something," she admitted, her reflection betraying the hollow eyes that stared back. "But every time I reach for it, it slips away." The city outside pulsed with life, but we were trapped in our own labyrinth, losing ourselves in the shadows of what modernity demanded from us. The streets glimmered with neon promises, yet they felt empty, like the echoes of laughter fading into a void. Every face that passed by was a reminder of the myriad lives intertwined with our own, each carrying its own burdens, its own battles. We wore our masks well, painted smiles that never quite reached our eyes. I remember the night we ran away from it all, Mark and Aiye and I, chasing the last vestiges of freedom beneath the sprawling stars. The sky was a canvas splattered with bursts of light, each one a wish, a dream, a flicker of what could be. But the thrill was short-lived, overshadowed by the weight of reality that chased us down dark alleys and reverberated in the silence that followed. "Why do we keep doing this to ourselves?" I shouted into the night, my voice trembling as it bounced off the brick walls, ricocheting back to me like a cruel echo. The stars blinked above, indifferent. Why can't we just be happy? Mia's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, the weight of her own fears too heavy to bear. "We're not allowed to be happy," she whispered, and in that moment, I felt a tectonic shift in the world around us, as if the very ground we stood on was shifting beneath the weight of our words. It was a truth so raw it could cut through flesh, exposing the heart of our discontent. Mark, the storm, surged forward, fists clenched. "Then let's create our own happiness," he cried, but even his voice trembled, betraying the cracks in his armor. We were all so broken, yet we kept pushing against the tide, believing somehow that we could swim against the current. The confrontation hung in the air, a charged silence swirling around us. Within it, a ghost of something longing and desperate flickered, and urged a scream, to run, to find solace in the arms of the cosmos. Each of us was a vessel, carrying our own burdens, our own dreams, desperately searching for a lifeline amid the chaos. "Maybe we just need to let go," I murmured, barely above a whisper, but the words felt like a fragile feather caught in a tempest. What did letting go even mean? Would we float away like dandelion seeds in the wind, or would we crash to earth with the weight of reality? The uncertainty gnawed at me, but it was also a flicker of hope, a promise that maybe, just maybe, release was possible. Mark's gaze softened, the storm within him momentarily abated, and in that silence, I saw the boy he once was, the hope that flickered in his heart before modernity cast its shadow. "What if we let go together?" he proposed, the words tentative, as if he were afraid to summon the spectre of failure once more. Mia's breath hitched, her expression shifting between fear and a glimmer of something akin to hope. "Together," she echoed, and it felt like a fragile pact, a lifeline thrown into a churning sea. I remember standing there, the city lights flickering around us, the hum of life continuing as if oblivious to our turmoil. But within us, something was stirring, a restless soul yearning for freedom, for authenticity. In that moment, we were not lost, we were on the precipice of something monumental, teetering between despair and hope, like a clock striking midnight. As the weight of the moment settled over us, I could feel the universe holding its breath, anticipation crackling in the air. This was not an end, it was a beginning, a fork in the road where the path diverged into shadows and light. We stood together, trembling and uncertain, infused with the rawness of our emotions, bound by the fragile thread of possibility, ready to face the echo of our souls against the relentless tide of modernity. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel over the silent city, its silver light spilling onto cracked pavement like whispered secrets. A figure stood in shadow, heart racing, a woman, eyes wide, breath hitching as she felt a presence behind her. She turned, the chill of the night slicing through her resolve, the air thick with an electric tension that pulled her deeper into her own spiraling thoughts. She was Zara, a seeker of truths, a healer caught between worlds, the tangible and the ethereal. The chaos of her life felt like an echo, resonating in her bones, a reminder of her ancestors' struggles, their cries reverberating through time. "I remember nights like this," she whispered, the chill wrapping around her, squeezing tight. "The way the world holds its breath, waiting." Silence answered, a heavy, suffocating weight. Across the street, a man named Elijah leaned against a lamppost, his tattoos glimmering under the moonlight like constellations etched into his skin. He was a poet at war with himself, wrestling with the shadows of his past, a legacy of pain and resilience coursing through his veins like wildfire. His father's voice echoed in his mind, harsh and unyielding, a relentless reminder that nothing was given freely. "You're not enough," it taunted, as he fought to create something that mattered, something that transcended the darkness. He caught sight of Zara, the flicker of her presence igniting a fire in his chest. There's something about her, he thought, a mix of admiration and fear, a magnetic pull that drew him from the safety of his cocoon. But could he expose himself, his vulnerabilities laid bare, in front of someone who seemed to radiate light? Or would he be swallowed whole, lost to the void? Zara felt Elijah's gaze, a steady, grounding force against the turbulent whirlpool of her thoughts. She remembered stories told by her grandmother of spirits dancing between realms, of ancestral wisdom pulsing just under the surface of the mundane. "Our voices carry," her grandmother would say, "past the grave, into the universe. They echo in the stars." But in this moment, under the weight of the moon, the echo felt like a haunting, a reminder of the unresolved battles that raged within her. "What do you want from me?" she cried out, raw and vulnerable, her words slicing through the night. She craved answers, but also feared them. Elijah stepped forward, the light illuminating his face, revealing the battle lines etched deep in his brow. "To understand," he replied, his voice a low rumble, like thunder rolling in the distance. "To heal. To break the chains that bind us." He longed to bridge the chasm between them, to share the flood of knowledge he had found in the words of those who came before him, African sages, prophets, those who had faced the storm and emerged, not unscathed, but stronger. "I remember the stories," Zara murmured, memories flooding in, visions of ancestors rising, defiant against oppression. The way they spoke of freedom, of energies flowing like rivers, unstoppable and pure. Elijah nodded, his heart racing. What if we could tap into that? What if we could channel their wisdom, their power? He felt the weight of history pressing against him, a cacophony of voices demanding to be heard. What if we could create something new, something healing? But as their eyes locked, an ominous tension hung in the air, a whisper of doubt spiraling through their connection. Would they succeed? Or would they be crushed under the weight of the past, spiraling back into the darkness? The night deepened, and the city around them pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, shadows stretching and contracting, as if the very essence of the world was watching. Zara could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing against her, the universe inviting her to dance between realms and, just maybe, discover the truths that had been buried too long. "I can't carry this alone," Zara said, her vulnerability laid bare. Her voice trembled like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch, desperate for spring. "The pain, the history, it's too much." Elijah stepped closer, the air between them thick with possibility and fear. Together, he breathed, the word a fragile promise, a lifeline thrown across the abyss. "We can create a new narrative, one that honors our past while forging a path forward." And then, the world shifted, an electric spark ignited, an unseen force connecting them, binding their fates. The air crackled with energy, whispers of ancestors swirling around them, urging them on, daring them to break the chains that shackled their spirits. "I remember," Zara whispered, eyes glistening with tears. "I remember the power in our blood." Elijah's heart thundered in his chest. This was more than just a conversation, it was a reckoning, a call to arms. He could feel the words of the poets and sages, echoing in a chorus that vibrated through his very being. "We can't let fear bind us anymore," he said, voice rising, urgency swelling within. "The universe is expansive, and we are part of it. Let's reclaim our narrative." As they stood on the precipice of something monumental, the shadows around them felt alive, pulsing with anticipation, as if the universe itself held its breath. The weight of their shared histories pressed against them, but so did the promise of something greater. Zara and Elijah, two souls intertwined by the threads of their lineage, stood at the junction of history and possibility, ready to bridge the gap between the past and the cosmos. But would they rise to the challenge, or would the darkness swallow them whole? The echoes of their ancestors beckoned, the night alive with whispers of potential and peril. Time stretched like a taut string, ready to snap, the moment suspended in the balance, the air filled with the taste of the unknown. And as the moon hung heavy above, they stepped forward, hands reaching through the veil of uncertainty, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The wind howled like a banshee, a lament that clawed at the rusted shutters of old man Gregor's house. Inside, shadows danced across the walls, flickering in the dim light of a single candle. It was a night thick with foreboding, the kind that made the hairs on your arms stand on end. I remember the air was heavy, saturated with the scent of dusty tomes and something else, a hint of despair. That's when I first saw her, Maria, crouched in the corner, her fingers trembling as they traced the spine of an ancient book, the pages yellowed and frayed, like the edges of a dream. "Do you think they're still watching?" she whispered, her voice barely piercing through the silence, laden with a weight only the two of us could feel. She was still a child in many ways, with eyes that shimmered like twin stars, but they held a darkness, that unsettling knowledge that came from too many years spent listening to tales of ancestors who had walked among the dead. I didn't want to answer. I didn't want to stir the ghosts that gripped our family so fiercely, a lineage wrapped in spiritual beliefs that festered like an untreated wound. But I felt the truth creeping into my throat, heavy and unyielding. "They've always watched," I finally said, my heart pounding with the echo of those words. "They just wait for us to forget." My own father had taught me that. He'd knelt by my bedside, his voice a warm blanket against the chill of the evening, and told me stories of our lineage. "We're never alone," he'd said, his eyes bright with fervor. "Not even in death. They guide us, they haunt us. They are us." But there was a fracture in that knowing, a crack that deepened every time I felt the weight of their belief pressing against my chest. In that flickering light, Maria's small frame shuddered, and I could see the shadows play across her face, twisting her innocence into something darker. "What if they don't want us to remember?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "What if they want us to be afraid?" I felt it then, the icy grip of fear, that familiar companion, binding me to my past and to my family's legacy. I had spent my life wrestling with the weight of it, the beliefs I had inherited. My mother's rituals, her prayers whispered into the night, the way she clutched her rosary as if it were a lifeline, her eyes eternally scanning the horizon for signs. "A storm is coming," she'd said, more often than not, as if she could see it, feel it swelling in the distance. "You must prepare." But how do you prepare for something you can't name? How do you confront a history that chokes you with its shadows? I remember the night I had finally rebelled against it all. The autumn leaves crunched beneath my feet, a chaotic symphony of colors that mirrored the turmoil inside me. I had stormed into the living room, where my parents knelt, hands clasped, engulfed in their prayers. "It doesn't matter," I shouted, my voice raw and desperate. "It doesn't matter if they're there or not. We're just running in circles, haunted by our own ghosts." The room fell silent, the air thick with disbelief, and I felt their stares pierce through me, their disappointment like knives. "You'll see," my father said softly, the words like a shroud. "One day, you'll understand." And now, standing in that dimly lit room with Maria, I wondered if he had been right. If the spirits of our ancestors were not just memories, but a living thread that bound us. A chain that pulled tighter with each generation, the weight of their beliefs heavy on our shoulders. Maria lifted her gaze, her expression probing, searching. "What do we do?" she whispered, the innocence in her voice contrasting the gravity of the moment. I felt a surge of protectiveness wash over me. "We bear it," I said, a fierce determination igniting within me. "We bear it and we remember. Because if we forget, then they win." Outside, the wind screamed like a banshee, a cacophony of voices from the beyond, echoing across the landscape. It felt like the walls were closing in, shadows creeping closer, suffocating our resolve. I glanced toward the window, the world outside was cloaked in darkness, the moon a distant memory. But it was there, watching, a reminder of the light that flickered even in the deepest night. "I remember the stories," Maria said suddenly, her voice stronger now, brightening the dimness that threatened to swallow us. "I remember the ones about the stars. About how they guide us, even when we can't see them." Those words pierced through my heart like a shard of glass. There was a fragile truth in them, a thread of hope woven into the haunting fabric of our beliefs. It was a reminder that even in despair, there could be light. As I knelt beside her, the candle's flickering flame painting our faces with warm hues, I understood. This was the essence of our burden, this was the tumult of beliefs that had been passed down, like a sacred heirloom, from generation to generation. We were not just recipients of these stories, we were the keepers of their legacies. "Together," I said, clasping her small hand in mine, the warmth of her skin grounding me against the cold grip of fear. "We confront them. Together, we bear witness." And in that moment, I felt the weight of our ancestors pressing in, their whispers rising like the tide, urging us to remember, to confront the shadows. The candle flickered once more, casting elongated shadows that danced with a life of their own, their movements echoing the heartbeat of our shared history. I closed my eyes, the tension of the moment wrapping around us like a shroud. The stories, the beliefs, the fears, they were not just chains that bound us, but wings that could lift us if we chose to embrace them. And as the night deepened, the echoes of the past intertwined with the fragile threads of our present, knitting a future woven from our shared strength and resilience. Tomorrow, we would face the storm. But tonight, in the company of shadows and flickering flames, we would remember. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage, the kind that clung to the walls like the past, heavy, suffocating, yet strangely comforting. It was in this dimly lit room that Amina sat cross-legged on the floor, her hands trembling as she held a small, cracked idol of a forgotten deity, remnants of a faith that felt like a ghost haunting her heart. Outside, the world raged. Sirens wailed like banshees, the city pulsed with a frantic energy that made her skin crawl. She was miles away from the land where she was born, the earth that had cradled her in its warmth, now just a memory wrapped in the haze of nostalgia. Amina could hear her mother's voice echoing in her mind, whispering prayers that had once flowed like lifeblood through their veins, but those prayers felt foreign now, overshadowed by the cacophony of a new existence. Across town, Jamal stood at the window of his cramped apartment, his hands shoved deep into his pockets to hide the way they shook. Outside, people hurried past, faces blurred, lives intertwined yet isolated. He watched them, each one a story untold, each a pulse in the city that felt more like a cage than a sanctuary. He had come here seeking freedom, seeking a chance to breathe without the weight of expectation, yet all he felt was suffocated by the silence of his own dreams. The clock on the wall ticked with a cruel indifference. Every second felt like a reminder of what he had left behind: his father's weary face, the echo of laughter in a home that had crumbled under the weight of despair. Jamal thought of the prayers his mother had taught him, the rituals that had once given him solace, and he felt them slip through his fingers like grains of sand. And then there was Luca, who had arrived in the city with a suitcase full of hopes and a heart heavy with secrets. He wandered through the maze of streets, the neon glow of signs illuminating shadows that danced around him. The immigrant's path was never linear, and he found himself caught in moments. People's eyes met his, then flickered away like moths drawn to a flame, too afraid to linger. In a cafe that served the remnants of cultures colliding, he sat alone, nursing a cup of coffee that was too bitter for his taste yet all he could afford. He thought of his grandmother's stories, of the spirits that watched over them, the ancestors weaving through their lives like threads in a tapestry. She would have said that migration was a kind of spiritual rebirth, but all he felt was lost, a soul adrift in the vast cosmos. The three of them were threads in the same tapestry, stitched together by the invisible hands of fate, yet pulled apart by the gravity of their different struggles. Amina, Jamal, and Luca carried their histories like heavy stones in their pockets, each step a reminder that home was not just a place but a feeling, a memory, a spark of faith that flickered in the dark. Amina longed to summon the spirits of her ancestors, to feel their warmth encircle her in a reassuring embrace, but the city felt unyielding, its pulse starkly different from the rhythms she had known. Jamal paced, the walls of his mind closing in, each thought spiraling into a vortex of doubt. He remembered the last prayer he had whispered before leaving home, a desperate plea for guidance, for clarity. But now, in the silence of the night, he felt abandoned, his faith stripped down to bare bones, the rituals that once anchored him lost in the clamor of a new world. Did God even hear him anymore? Did the spirits of his ancestry walk this path with him, or had they retreated into the shadows? Luca clutched his coffee cup, the warmth seeping into his palms, yet it did nothing to thaw the chill deep within his chest. Each sip was a reminder of the bitterness that came with change. He remembered nights spent with his grandmother, her voice weaving tales of migration and displacement, of spirits that followed family lines like shadows. But now, in this city of bright lights and hollow promises, he felt like a ghost himself, a flicker of a memory lost in the rush of life around him. The night deepened, wrapping itself around their hearts like a shroud. Amina rose, her movements graceful yet laden with tension, a symphony of hope intertwined with despair. She lit a candle, the flickering flame a fragile beacon in the suffocating darkness. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a thread of sound that cut through the silence. "I remember the songs of my people, the prayers that rose like smoke to the heavens." But here, her voice caught, emotion bubbling to the surface. Here, our voices fade, drowned out by the chaos. Jamal turned, feeling the weight of her words crash into him like waves against a cliff. "I remember," he echoed, his voice raw, a desperate plea for connection. "I remember the strength of my ancestors, their spirits woven into the fabric of my being. But I'm lost. I don't know how to carry that with me." Luca watched them, feeling the heat of their shared grief warm the air. "We're all lost," he said softly, the truth spilling from his lips like a prayer. "But maybe in our search for belonging, we can find a new way to honor what we've left behind." The air shifted, a subtle change that felt like the first light of dawn breaking over a long night. Together, they stood in the dim glow of the candlelight, souls laid bare, anchored by the shared weight of their histories. The city outside continued its chaotic dance, but inside, they carved a space for their spirits to breathe. Time lost its meaning, the clock ticking on as they embraced the silence, each heartbeat a reminder that they were not alone. The whispers of their ancestors filled the room, merging with the flickering flame, weaving a new narrative that transcended borders and beliefs. In this moment, they became a tapestry of lights and shadows, the migration of their spirits echoing through the very fabric of their souls. The journey was not over, it was only just beginning, an endless loop of longing and belonging that would stretch far beyond the confines of the city, into the cosmos where their ancestors watched with knowing eyes. Amina, Jamal, and Luca breathed together, a fragile yet unbreakable bond forming in the shadows of despair, illuminating the path ahead with the promise of hope. They were not merely survivors of migration, they were the living testament to the resilience of faith, a chorus of voices rising amidst the noise, unwavering in their quest for connection, each note a step toward belonging in a world that often felt impossibly vast. The wind howled through the narrow street, carrying whispers of ancient sorrows and dreams long abandoned. A neon sign flickered overhead, "Open late." But the world inside was anything but bright. There, in the dimly lit corner, a woman sat hunched over a weathered table, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns of a talisman like an artist caressing the last strokes of a masterpiece. The talisman glimmered, catching the flickering light, reflecting a lifetime of struggle and hope. I remember the first time I saw her. I was drawn in by the intensity of her focus, a universe contained within her gaze. Malia, they called her. A seer, a healer, the last in a long line of women who carried the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders. Her eyes were shadows, pools of grief and wisdom, as she chanted softly, her voice weaving around the air like smoke, each syllable a prayer, a plea to the cosmos. But the weight of expectation pressed down on her like a storm cloud. Across the room, Samuel leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, a fortress of skepticism. He had come to find answers, or perhaps to find himself, yet he was ensnared by the chains of doubt. A modern man in a world that felt archaic, he struggled to reconcile the dreams of his forefathers with the cold, hard reality of today. "This nonsense," he muttered, but even as he spoke, the fear of losing his roots gnawed at him. He felt like a ghost wandering through a city of shadows, haunted by a history he barely understood. "I remember my grandmother," he said, voice shaking as memories slipped through his fingers like sand. "She told me stories of spirits that guided our ancestors. But to believe now? It feels foolish, doesn't it?" Malia's voice cut through the air, smooth yet jagged, like glass wrapped in silk. "Belief isn't foolish, Samuel. It's the thread that connects us to our past. You mock what you fear." She gestured to the talisman, its shimmering beauty a stark contrast to the heaviness in the room. "What do you seek? The truth buried in your heart, or the comfort of ignorance?" The tension thickened, a palpable force that crackled in the air. Samuel shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the door as if contemplating escape. But the pull of destiny was stronger than the pull of the mundane. He stayed. The cosmos aligned, pushing them closer to a reckoning neither anticipated. Tension built like thunderclouds in an afternoon sky, and suddenly, the electricity in the air sparked. Malia's chant crescendoed, the rhythm of her voice echoing through the room like a heartbeat, alive and thrumming. She drew Samuel in, and for a fleeting moment, he felt it, the magnetic pull of ancestral energy, the whispers of long-forgotten spirits. A flash, a memory surged through him. He saw his grandmother's face, her hands raised, summoning the wind as if it were a living entity. "I remember," he gasped, "the way she spoke to the spirits, how she believed they were there, always watching." The shadows in the room shifted, almost tangible, as if the ancestors themselves leaned closer to listen. But with memory came fear. "And yet," he said, voice trembling, "I fear the judgment that comes with it. The world calls it superstition, a relic of a bygone era. They don't understand." Malia straightened, her eyes fierce, a storm igniting within her. "That's the misconception. We are not relics. Our spirituality is a living force, a dance with the universe. You think the world has moved on, but the truth is, it's we who are lost in translation." The air grew heavy, thick with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Samuel felt the walls closing in, the pulse of the earth resonating beneath his feet. "How do you hold it all? The weight of a history that refuses to let go." "Because," Malia whispered, her voice barely a breath, "I carry my ancestry with pride. Each misstep, each scar, is a testament to survival. We are the echoes of our ancestors, Samuel. Do you not feel it? The heartbeat of a world that spins in rhythm with ours." And there it was, the truth laid bare, the unyielding connection between the past and present. Samuel felt his heart racing, pounding against his chest, the dread of misunderstanding mingling with the hope of acceptance. "But the world outside," he started, a tremor in his voice, "they don't see, they don't care. They've labeled us. They've pushed us into corners, called us superstitious, backward. Superstition is the cloak they wrap around fear, Malia replied, voice steady as a rock in the storm. They fear what they cannot control. But listen, Samuel. Listen to the rhythm. It's in our blood, pulsing, alive. Rejecting our spirituality is rejecting our lineage. With each word, the walls seemed to crumble, revealing shadows of those who had come before them, figures flickering like candle flames, vibrant, real, and demanding attention. Malia reached across the table, her hand hovering like a bridge between two worlds. What if you leaned in? What if you embraced the chaos, the beauty, the wildness? The weight of her invitation hung in the air, heavy yet intoxicating. Samuel could feel the ghosts urging him, the echoes of his ancestors singing a siren song. In that moment of clarity, he saw the truth. His skepticism was a barrier, not a shield. I remember, he began, voice trembling, the stories I buried. I remember my own fear of judgment, of being called foolish. But isn't it better to believe in something than to fade into nothing? Malia's smile was a beacon in the darkness, a glimmer of hope that sparked within him. But the moment was fragile, like a candle flickering against the night's chill. Then stand with me, she said, the gravity of her words anchoring him. Together, we can confront the misconceptions, the fears that loom like shadows. And as their hands met, a wave of energy coursed through them, a connection wrought from the very fabric of their histories, a union of past and present. The world outside continued to spin, oblivious, yet within that room, time stood still, a moment suspended in a universe vast and ungraspable, yet achingly close. Outside, the wind howled, but inside, the storm was just beginning. The confrontation loomed on the horizon, and they were ready to face it together, two souls bound by courage, driven by a shared longing to illuminate the darkness. They would fight against the misunderstandings, the fears, the ghosts of doubt that shadowed their paths. And as the talisman glimmered, the echoes of their ancestors surrounded them, a reminder that they were never truly alone. The city throbbed with a pulse of its own, a rhythm of chaos and quiet that wrapped around Maria like a suffocating cloak. A siren wailed in the distance, its mournful cry slicing through the thick haze of twilight. She stood on the edge of the sidewalk, a shadow among shadows, her heart pounding like a war drum against the backdrop of a world unraveling. Somewhere, deep inside her, the echoes of an unresolved conflict screamed louder than the sirens. I remember, she whispered, fear creeping in. I remember when belief felt solid, when the soul was a treasure, not a question mark. Maria's fingers brushed the cool metal of her pendant, a ghost of her grandmother's faith hanging heavy around her neck. But now, in this tumultuous age, faith felt like a paper boat in a storm, fragile, ready to capsize. Across the street, Amir watched her. He was a man caught between worlds, his eyes reflecting the agony of 1,000 unanswered prayers. I remember, he murmured too, when the stars were more than just pinpricks in the sky, when they guided us home. He felt hollow, the weight of his own beliefs pressing down like a tidal wave ready to crash. Every day, he wore his faith like a second skin, yet the world around him chipped away at it, like waves eroding the shore. Around them, the city buzzed with a frenetic energy, people rushing to places that no longer mattered, leaving pieces of themselves behind in the chaos. Maria felt it too, a gnawing sensation in her gut, a premonition that the air was thick with something ominous. As she stepped forward, a shadow flickered at the edge of her vision, a ghost of the past, a memory she couldn't quite grasp. I can't let it go, she thought, glancing at Amir, their eyes locking for just a heartbeat. What if we're wrong? They were both scared, terrified that their souls were like fragile glass, easily shattered by the harsh light of modern beliefs. With each passing moment, the world morphed into a more complex puzzle, each piece a different faith, a different truth, and they were lost in a labyrinth with no exit. And then came the news, a fire raging in a nearby church, tongues of flame licking at the sky, devouring not just the building but the very fabric of the community that had held them together. Maria's heart sank. It's happening again, she thought, the dread curling around her like smoke. The world outside was changing, evolving into something monstrous, something unrecognizable. They raced toward the blaze, the heat of it washing over them like a wave. People gathered, faces etched in panic, fear mingling with a desperate need to find meaning in the chaos. In that moment, Maria felt her heart crack open. She could see the fear, the helplessness, and it was as if the flames were consuming their very souls, each flicker a reminder of the fragility of belief. I remember, Amir's voice trembled, barely audible over the roar of the fire. When we thought faith was enough to save us. When the soul felt eternal. He stepped closer, drawn to the heat, like a moth to the flame, caught in a web of despair and longing. Together, they stood at the edge of the inferno, the heat licking at their skin, the smoke curling around them, a physical manifestation of their existential dread. Maria's thoughts raced. What if the soul is just a cage, she thought desperately, feeling the weight of her grandmother's pendant like an anchor pulling her into the depths of uncertainty. What if we've been wrong all along? The fire crackled, and the flames danced in front of her, swirling like visions of a future long forgotten. I can't breathe, Amir gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and revelation. It's all slipping away, isn't it? The beliefs that held us steady? The foundations we built our lives upon. He was trembling, not just from the heat, but from the realization that what they thought was unshakable was now reduced to ash. Hold on, she said, gripping his arm tighter, her heart racing in rhythm with the chaos around them. We have to find something more than this. But what? What lay beyond the flames? What was left when everything burned down? In that moment, the sky turned black, the stars lost in a blanket of smoke and despair. They were two souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty, a delicate thread tying them together. Yet amidst the destruction, there was a flicker of hope, a fire not of destruction, but of rebirth, a chance to redefine what it meant to believe. Maria inhaled the acrid smoke, letting it fill her lungs, and she felt alive in a way she hadn't in years. Maybe, she thought, the future of the soul lies in the ashes of the past. Maybe we can be reborn. The fire was a crucible, a fierce reminder that everything they once knew was nothing but a fragile illusion. But before she could voice her thoughts, a sudden explosion sent a shockwave through the crowd, shattering the moment. The flames roared higher, and with it, the tension spiraled, an electric current that pulled at the very fabric of their beliefs. The world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos. Together, Maria and Amir stood at the edge of the fire, caught between an old world and a new dawn. Their souls, once tethered to the past, faced a storm of change, and as the heat enveloped them, they realized they were no longer just witnesses to the destruction, they were part of something larger, a movement of souls seeking to redefine their existence. I remember, Maria thought again, but this time with a flicker of defiance. I remember that souls can burn bright even in the darkest times. And as the flames danced, their silhouettes blurred against the chaos, a new story began to unfold, a story of evolution, of hope, of a future yet to be written, where the soul could rise, phoenix-like, from the ashes of uncertainty.